Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today I've got something interesting for you. I was planning to make another 3D asset creation tutorial, and after my previous videos on ground foliage, ropes and similar topics, I thought trees in games would be the next intriguing subject to explore. In this video, I will talk about how trees are made in various games and share a few innovative and interesting implementations, including various tricks to make trees more manageable. And in the second half of the video, I will also try to make a few of these in Blender. But first, I start by checking out a few games to see how they have made their trees, to look into the complexity and try to discover the mesh behind the completed assets, the technique and the reasons why the developers made these trees the way they did. Alright, so here we are in a game called Space Engineers, and what I wanted to show here is that the trees in this game are extremely simple. As you can tell, these are the same intersecting planes. You can plainly see here in this branch, for example. It's just two very simple planes with some transparency that contains the leaves and the branch. And if you look at closely, it is very loosely connected to the tree trunk, which is in itself a very low poly object. And when the wind is moving, it only moves the tree branch and the leaves. They are moving it off the tree itself. But you know, it was created in this way because from this distance it looks okay, it looks like a moving tree. And the game is not about trees. The game is about multiple planets and building spaceships and stations and everything like this. I have built this, and the game is not about trees, so they can get away with this level of complexity. I wanted to show you one thing very quickly. So if you don't need trees, they are not really in the focus of what you're doing in a game, then you can, for example, get away by not having any physics in them. So when you are hitting a tree in Space Engineers, it is just simply turning out of the ground, and that's it basically. After a few seconds it will delete it. It will be deleted and that's it. So, you know, I wanted to show you this to show that if your game's focus is not the tree, you can lower the complexity to the minimum to just represent the tree, but you know, not being in a very complex way. Alright, so here we are in another game called Valheim, and in case you wouldn't know this one, this is a gigantic open world Viking game. And what I wanted to show you is, if you look at the map, this is a very small island on a very large world. And most of the world is covered by island and oceans and stuff like that. And wherever you see trees, they are this lush forest environment. While you are playing this game, the complexity of the actual assets were not a concern, rather the density of it. You can spend quite a lot of time just going through this and just running from forest to forest, going from meadows to pine forests, and you know, the goal was to make it as seamless as possible. The reason why I love Valheim is because they achieved something that I have not really seen in other games before: entire large dense forests. And how they achieved it is that additionally to the low poly assets of the tree trunk itself, they also made sure that the textures are extremely small, taking up as small amount of memory as possible. If you look at just a small tree like this one, you can see that it is an intersecting plane and it is connected to a mesh, similarly as in Space Engineers. But the difference is that the textures were intentionally pixelated. By keeping the textures pixelated, they reduced the texture size for the game's foliage by a significant amount. I will show it to you a bit later how much of this pixelation of the texture reduced the size of the asset. Alright, so here we are in another game called Sea of Thieves. This is quite a stylized game, and I just wanted to show you the trees here. This is something similar to what I was planning to make a bit later on. If you look at it closely, the leaves are just simple planes, but because they are so densely packed together, you can barely see that they are intersecting planes as well. They are made of small puffs, but the actual leaf, the leaf itself, is not really leaf-like. It is just a plain greenish rectangle or something like that. And altogether they are adding up to the crown of that tree. Palm trees also work similarly, but this is just one simple plane with an alpha cut. And as you can see, the trunk is moving differently from the leaves. It's also something else that I wanted to show, that the trees are very rarely just standing on their own. In nature you will find them like not on the middle of the path, but on the side of the road. There are always bushes around and flowers and all kind of other foliage. So, when you are building an environment and you are adding trees to it, you need to arrange them in a way that makes sense, in a way that feels natural. And part of that is that you add grass to the bottom of them and larger foliage around them, ground foliage, flowers, and whatever you can think of. Alright, so here we are in another game called Destiny 2, and I wanted to show you this tree that they were putting here as part of a festival. And why it is interesting to me is that you can learn about trees this way as well by examining. The interesting part in this tree specifically is that as you can tell, it's not a uniform tree. It's not just one straight tube up and a couple of planes intersecting on it like this one. They made the effort, since it is a centerpiece, they made an effort to make more branches, more roots, and more detailed structure to it. But additionally to that, they also made the effort to make it asymmetrical. So it is not. It is showing a different shape from different angles when you are looking at it, and I think it's very important. And when you are making your own trees, you need to add a little bit of non-uniformity, if that makes sense. So when you are sculpting it, you make sure that the leaves are not the same size, the branches are not the same size. It is not just going in one direction, but it's a little bit of a randomized version. So this tree you can even climb, because it's a centerpiece and they really wanted to enhance it. They added additional foliage on the branch. And what I wanted to tell is that even with that, you still see the intersecting planes, but they are using a bit more randomized planes. And if you look at the top of the tree, specifically for that one, you see that there's a clump of leaves just free hanging on the top of it. That is one clamp, and you can see the same clamp repeated in multiple locations around it. So this is how they built up the crown of this tree. Plus, of course, the additional bling that they put on it. But yeah, it's interesting to see, and it's very informative, at least for me, to look into this and see that, hey, here's a completely differently shaped tree. These are the most commonly used 3D assets, so the internet is full of tutorials on how to make them. The type of tree you create will highly dependent on the game you are making. If you are developing a 2D side-scrolling game or something without 3D assets, you can save a lot of work by using pixel art or 2D sprites that suit your settings better. Although I won't delve into these methods, I wanted to mention them since many new game developers work with this approach. I do want to mention that when I refer to these methods as easy, I mean they require fewer steps compared to creating 3D trees, not that they are simple to make. Making 2D trees still requires skill in drawing and design. If you want to create 3D trees, the first option that everyone starts with is low poly trees. They serve as a good introduction to 3D asset creation, and their goal is to provide a representation rather than intricate details. Low poly trees are often used in stylized games, and one of their significant advantages is that you can place a lot of them on the screen without overwhelming your system. Games like Valheim successfully built an entire game using this basic modeling technique, and since the assets are made in such a way that they are very ultra low poly, so to say, they can place thousands of them, adding complexity to the game without the cost of performance. I wanted to touch on something I call the Minecraft dilemma. When you plan a game, your hardware has limited resources to display every part of it: the models, the effects, music, interactions, animations, etc. As the quality and size of the assets increase, the more resources you will need to run the game smoothly. Lower poly models are easier to run than high poly models. For instance, in Minecraft, the developers reduced the building blocks to the most basic elements, cubes. This simplification allows the game to display whole worlds with low complexity per element. On the other end of the spectrum, there are games like Uncharted, which are handcrafted and visually closer to photorealistic movies. But due to the complexity of the environment, these games don't allow the player to move freely or to move in a large environment like in Minecraft. As it has fewer but more complex 3D assets, they consume all the available processing power. So, they need to reduce the size for it to work. Most games try to find a balance between the two extremes, considering the complexity of 3D assets, and that complexity is a crucial factor when you are planning a game. It can either be a lower poly, lower texture, and you can create larger worlds with it, or you can create higher fidelity, higher poly models, more cinematic visuals, but then you limit the size of the worlds that you can create. And if you don't manage to hit that balance, then your system starts to struggle trying to keep up with the resource needs. Let me show you an example of a low poly scene that I have made when I started learning about 3D modeling. It's just so you can see that even with low poly you can create interesting worlds, and with a little bit of an imagination you can build complete levels even with less complex details, and when you walk through it and it comes to life, the rest of it is figured out by the imagination of the players. You don't necessarily need to go higher poly or more realistic characters just to achieve a good story or a good visual. Alright, so when I built this scene in Unreal Engine, this was one of the first scenes that I have built. The goal was to create one level, not even a full level, just something to showcase the assets that I had at that point. The pine tree and the hand-painted other tree, they are not particularly in the same geographical region, but regardless of that, I really like this scene because the stylized assets actually build up to something, well, I don't want to say believable, but what I mean is that even without higher poly count and with worse assets, you can start building something and that adds up to a walkable level. And that is the magic of creating 3D models, that you can put them in a world and you created your own world basically. The trees are very low poly and hand painted here, but since everything else is, it just fits together. Nothing is standing out significantly except the chameleon on the tree. But that's a different thing. And the point is, even the water is just a plate, not even a water asset or something like that. But it came together and I can walk through it and I can see my stylized crooked trees all around, and I think it's magical. Moving on, I call trees of medium difficulty those where the model is not ultra low poly, but requires an involved effort to craft a trunk, copy high poly details to low poly models, and then create the treetop either by intersecting planes or handcrafting branches and manually placing them on the tree trunk. These trees typically have a poly count ranging from 2000 to 10,000 vertices. The goal here is to make a low poly tree appear highly detailed through some form of trickery. This method is popularized during the early Doom and Quake games and adapted by many other games due to its ability to provide better quality assets at a lower resource cost. This approach remains one of the most commonly used methods for creating 3 assets. Anything more advanced than this is characterized by me as complex trickery, and the goal of that is always to reduce the load while increasing the visual quality. Speaking of visual quality, I need to mention Valheim. A game appears quite complex from a distance, and you can display enormous forests mainly because of how they created the textures. Each model in Valheim is created in both high poly and low poly versions, and details from the high poly version are transferred to the low poly one. However, the developers took an additional step to drastically reduce the texture size by pixelating them. This allowed them to maintain complexity of the assets by reducing their size significantly. When we are talking about a tree asset, there are basically 2 things that can reduce its footprint. One is the complexity of the mesh, the other is the size of the textures used. And normally you only need to do one of these. Like you can have a higher texture quality on a lower poly model. But what Valheim did is that they significantly reduced the size of the textures. The same texture that, for example, in 2K would be around 5 megabytes in size. In Valheim, the texture pixelated will only cost them just around 40 kilobytes. That's just one example. And that allowed them to basically populate the whole world with lush forests that you can walk through, whole islands, and you can sail between these islands, and everything is covered with foliage. And it all runs pretty well in a lower end machine as well, because the assets that they need to display are always low poly and the texture is very small. It's just essential to understand that the asset size is not only determined by the mesh, but also the texture size. And by reducing both, you can build massive worlds. Most games, however, strike a balance and build with a decent size levels, trying to make trees that look good but cost fewer resources instead of modeling each blade of grass and each leaf. Video games use transparent textures and planes to achieve the desired look more effectively. For instance, foliage textures use alpha channels for transparency, and the final results give the illusion of a more complex geometry. One method to create a tree is by making intersecting leaf planes and distributing them on the surface of a sphere, then randomizing the arrangement. This approach results in a fluffy looking tree that are visually appealing and resource efficient when animated. It was mentioning that even though transparency is used, it is quite resource intensive, so that's why in a lot of game engines, instead of transparency, you can use something called opacity masking. If you look at the opacity mask textures, they are out of two parts. The one is a full texture, which is like containing the color information, and the other part is a black and white opacity mask. And when you combine the two together in a game engine, then the opacity mask will basically cut out the base color information and leaves only what is required. In case of this image or the palm leaf from Conan Exiles, you see the base texture is fully green, but the game engine will only display the parts where the picture is basically a cutout of a leaf, and that results in the final leaf texture. This is another form of transparency, which is much easier on the system to display. Another tree making method worth mentioning is the famous World of Warcraft trees. These highly optimized tree models consist of around 100-200 polygons each. And creating one involves quite an involved process. There is a fantastic guide by Mary Lazar that explains various points you need to pay attention to while attempting to make wolf-like trees. This method involves creating the tree branches instead of clusters of leaves, allowing for more complex structure with fewer polygons. They also use tri-plane structures instead of regular planes. And it also reduces the complexity because in a normal intersecting planes, this is less polygons if you just have three sides of a plane, basically a three-sided plane. And this tri-plane structure also allows the players to view the tree from any angle and always see some sort of a visual structure. In a normal plane, if you look at it from certain angles, you might not even see the actual leaf. So that's why triplanes are invented, more so to say. So you can look at it from any angle and you will always see some sort of a structure, while the mesh itself is just a flat plane. Let me show you another useful resource If you want to look into creating WoW style trees, that would be the WoW model viewer. Alright, so in regards to WoW trees, I wanted to show you something. This is a program called WoW Model Viewer, which is like a free download. I will leave a link to it down in the description. And it allows you to basically feed in a World of Warcraft installation, and you are able to browse all the models in the game. This is a very good tool for 3D modelers and whoever is looking to learn, because they make fairly good trees. I mean, I must admit they make very good trees. They look proportional. I really like that, they managed to create some interesting shapes and forms that are looking very good from multiple directions. So you have the ability to come here and look through the model, zoom into it, check how they managed to solve it. If you go to view and model control, it will enable you this window where you can switch on the wireframe, for example. So you can take a look at it and see that yes, indeed this is a low poly model, and although it looks like nothing like it before, you will be able to see at least how it is made up. You see that the trunk and the small branches are one model, and the parts with the leaf are another one. You can also see that it is using the same cross planes that and tri-planes that I was showing earlier. This is like a, hold on, let me zoom on this a little bit. See, this is like a tri-plane with another plane intersecting it, and that creates sort of like a branch in the tree. So you see that it has one around it and one like in a tri-plane fashion. And they varied it in size, so at the bottom they have smaller ones, at the top they have larger ones, and they made sure that it's fairly realistic. So the smaller ones are lighter, the more developed ones are darker, and it has some side branches, but it also has some sort of a leaves there going on, but smaller ones. The bottom of the tree is darker, and it transitions over to a lighter tree bark color with some additional things. And this is just one example. You can look at all the other trees, and you can look all around them, and even if it's bigger or like a mushroom shaped ones. Let me see if I can find another interesting one. You see this swirl here, which looks very much like a swirl, but if you toggle in the wireframe, I'm pretty sure you will see that nothing is swirling here. Most of it is just a plain tube with some geometry, but not an easy geometry. So they definitely have some sort of a geometry here, but it's not as complex as the textured model would let you believe. This is why they are, faking texture here. And you see the top of this tree is like very simplistic. Any detail that they have added here, like this break in it, is just fake. I'm sorry I cannot really show you the actual textures. I have not figured out yet how to look at those, but yeah, if you look at it, it's the same triplanar three-plane foliage on top, and it is very common for World of Warcraft. If you are looking to make something like this, then you need to know that these textures are basically hand painted by texture artists, so it is not something that you can come up easily. And they cut a lot of corners, like for example you can clearly tell that the branch was not really meant as one piece at first, and the texture of it is just kind of cutting into some places. But going into that detail when it's not necessary, it's not necessary. Even though you see here up in the top, the leaves are not really connecting to the actual tree at some places. But if you look at it from this distance and this angle, it doesn't really matter. It just looks like a small tree. And the focus of the game is not the tree, so they can get away with this sort of simplifications. And yeah, you can see that the leaves here are hand painted. You see the edges are brighter a little bit, and yeah, this is good. And you can look at various trees of World of Warcraft, and there are even swamp trees that are just branches. You can get an idea about how things look. Like this kind of palm tree, you can take a look at it, and if you take a look at the wireframe, actually doesn't tell you much, but you can see it's a bit more robust at the bottom, a bit easier at the top. I'm a bit sorry that it's not really showing that these are just planes here that take up the plane. And it has a texture toggle, but it's just taking the color out, so you can see even less with this. But yeah, you can tell here that this is just one simple plane broken in half, bent a little bit, and that's how they made the leaf. Whatever you see between the leaf parts are just cut out with opacity masks. And they made something which looks like an interesting small, almost palm tree which was growing all around. And I think it's very interesting to take a look at these models and to figure out how they have been made, what kind of extra parts they were using, how the texture were drawn. So maybe if you see the texture here, it will give you some inspiration on how you should make your own trees, in terms of dimensions, in terms of branches, how many branches are there and which direction they go. So, you know, there are millions of trees here. Pine trees, alien trees, tropical trees, jungle trees, palm trees, whatever you can think of, they have it. And they have even stumps here. Basically every model you see in World of Warcraft can be broken down into this, and you can take a look at the model, take a look at the wireframe to have an idea of the complexity that's behind it. For example, you see this tree trunk having such a low poly count that if you switch back the texture you can barely see it, but you know, this is hand painted tree bark texture, and from a distance it looks significantly more complex than it really is. And you know, if you would be able to see the texture for it, it would be very minimal. And the reason why World of Warcraft is running so well is because it has such a simplistic models. If you look at it from a distance, it looks complex, it looks interesting because it's not uniform. You don't see a tube, but you see this shape. Even though it's very low poly and optimized, it is not a uniform shape. It is basically the bare minimum you can get away with low poly, with looking interesting. So this is why the model viewer is good, because you can learn tactics and viewpoints that otherwise you would probably not be able to figure out on your own. I myself use Decimate when I will create my medium complexity tree, and Decimate can give you a similar look, but you need to be very controlled about it. The automatic Decimate in Blender is, although not bad, it's also not purposeful in terms of, you know, it would probably leave a bunch more of faces up here when they were in fact not needed. And you know, this is the optimal way of creating low poly models, so to say. So you know, you can do it in a lot of different ways, but why not learn from the best, so to say. And you know, and this model viewer is free, so you can, if you have an installation of World of Warcraft, which I believe is also free, at least for the first 20 levels, you should be able to download it, install it, and with the model viewer you can look into the models and how they solve them, even if it's just trunks or complex models or whole trees or any other models as well. If you're looking to create something similar in terms of style, I can definitely suggest you to take a look at this and learn from it. Another interesting tool to view models is Sketchfab. In case you wouldn't know the site itself, it is used to to sell and display your 3D models, and it can be very interesting. The good part in it is that if you see a model that you like, you can easily toggle the model inspector, which allows you to view some parts of the model. You can toggle off double-sided textures, you can look at without post-processing effects, you can look at various light maps and opacity maps, you can look at it in a single matcap view, or you just look at the wireframe and you can look at each of the objects and see how complex they are. And I think it's fantastic because you can learn quite a lot from this to see how certain modeling aspects are performing into transforming into wireform if you look at that. The final renders are usually very complex and very well made, but due to the textures being more detailed than the actual models, sometimes it's a bit hard to judge what exactly you need to do to achieve a similar look in your own models. But with Model Inspector you have a fairly good idea about how this was made, so you can replicate it on your own models. Before we dive into creating trees in Blender, I would like to mention some advanced tree making techniques. As mentioned earlier, trees are the most commonly created assets in video games, leading to numerous methods of making them. More advanced techniques include relying more heavily on the game's engine capabilities, which requires better understanding of how it works. The complexity in this case lies in the way the texture is used and how the material is made to animate the tree. The game uses a world position offset and complex mass calculations to make the leaves sway in the wind and the whole tree trunk lean differently in the wind. Let me show you quickly how it works in the Conan Exiles Devkit. Alright, so one of the advanced things that I wanted to show you is Conan Exiles Devkit, and I've already loaded it up. It took me a hell of a lot of time because this beast is over 250 gigabytes. But you know, this is basically the best resource for you if you want to create something like an Unreal Engine game. And when you first load it up, you get into this platform and not to the actual map. I was not even attempted to load that in because that would probably burn my poor laptop to the ground. But in regards to trees, you can learn a ton from this. First off, there are lots of different palm trees in it, and as you can probably tell, they look absolutely amazing. The model is great, you can see through it, like, you know, I've seen palm trees up close and they are pretty much look like this. Yeah, so I think this is one of the best looking palm trees, most realistic palm tree that I have seen in video games. And what is most fantastic about this is that it's not just moving the whole leaf, it is moving the leaf so the base of the leaf remains firmly in the trunk of the tree, and it is only moving the outside of the leaf, and it is moving it fairly realistically. I opened this one up, and if you look at it, this one in the model viewer, this is one of the palm trees that you can see. This is even more visible here that I was talking about, that you see the tree trunk is moving in the wind and the leaves are moving in the wind, and that's absolutely incredible. I was never been able to make this on my own, but probably if you spend a couple of hours analyzing this one tree alone, you can understand how it was done. There are two materials added to it. I assume one is the trunk, other is the rest, or maybe this one is the whole material. I'm not particularly sure what the second one is, but this one I see trunk and leaves there, and it's moving. So if you open that material up, it will leave you to this instance, and that is an instance of this M palm tree. And if you open that up, you will get this one, which looks like a normal material at first. M palm tree material. It has base color, roughness. What you see here is basic material, basic color, basic material, metallic, specular, roughness, opacity. Because how the palm tree was made is basically having an opacity mask, and they were cutting out from a solid texture. But that's not what I wanted to show you here. What I wanted to show you is how the rest was made up. This is the base color, and this is the movement. I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's probably understandable if you spend a couple of hours with it. It is taking world positions and it is multiplying them with various vectors, and it's basically as the leaf wind moves, they are adding and moving stuff out of it. And as you see here, the material itself in the material editor looks very funky, but on the tree it makes perfect sense because it is put in a world position, and the movement is based on world position, I think. So yeah, there are way more things to trees than just the material itself. If you really want to dig into it, there are plenty of things that you can learn. What I learned from this is basically the opacity mask. And if you see here, we have one black and white texture here and one color texture. The black and white texture tells the engine where to cut. Whatever is white will be kept, and whatever is black will be transparent. And whatever it is cutting from is this one, the other material. So it looks like a solid one texture material, and to be honest, it looks a bit ugly from this view because it's just a slightly brighter color, slightly different color stack, and something darker near the base of each leaf. But if you overlay it with this one, it will basically cut out just the right things from it. And I think this is fantastic. They solved all the tree, all the bark around it, all the leaves with just this one small texture. And it is extremely efficient. I absolutely love it. And if you come back to this and come a bit closer to it, you recognize all parts in the model. Yeah, maybe a bit further out, but you see here the brownish dots, you see the green leaves, you see it is shining a little bit, that comes from the roughness, and it genuinely looks like a good palm leaf. At least from a distance, because from Conan Exiles you usually see it like that. And from that distance I think it looks awesome. I can't even imagine how to improve on this in case they want to make another Conan game in the future. I have no idea how to make this any better. And if you look at it, it looks absolutely fantastic. Hold on. I wanted to get a bit of a closer look here. That you saw here is, you see here these little hairs around it, and that's exactly how it is usually looking as the tree is growing. And how they solve this, let me switch on wireframe. It might not be looking too particularly well, but you can actually export this tree to Blender and see for yourself how the actual model is made. But these are just planes here. This is a low poly trunk. You can probably see it here that it's not a high poly trunk, it's fairly low poly and has planes around it. And yeah, this is the Conan Exiles tree. I tried to analyze it myself, but to be honest, I'm not at that level yet to see how all things come together in this one. I can understand how the texture is made in terms of, you know, the opacity mask, how they cut it out from the base texture, but I have absolutely no idea what this is. I mean, I tried to read it, but you know, the distance calculations, wind direction, and all sort of stuff is here. And this is one of the most complex tree movements I have seen in my whole life. And all you see from it in the game is that this tree moves with the wind, and whenever there's a storm, for example, it moves faster and more erratically. So, you know, it is fantastically done, but way beyond what most people will do. I just wanted to give you a glimpse into this one and show you that this is possible, and it's not easy to do. But eventually, if you are planning to learn 3D modeling for video games, you will meet this sort of stuff. So it's not just a static tree, it's not just a simple grass wind that will move the top of it, but there are way more complex things in a video game that you can achieve. And I think it's fantastic. And I also think that's way beyond what I will ever be able to comprehend. So let's move on from here. They made their own thing. It's not generated by like Speed 3 or anything. At least I think it is not. And it's very good. And if you look at it, it says 2300 triangles, 1900 vertices. So this is a low poly tree. Does it look like a low poly tree to you? leave a comment down below and let me know what you think of this one. And now let me get back to the rest. Large studios might also use advanced tree generating software like Speed 3, specifically designed for procedurally making trees. With sliders, you can shape the tree size, number of branches and leaves. The program automatically creates the required level of detail meshes, and everything is optimized and animated, leaving you to insert the tree into the level only. However, this software comes with a substantial cost, making it affordable only for larger studios, like those creating the Assassin's Creed games, for example. Blender also has its own tree generating plugin called Sapling Tree Generation, which is simpler but a similar approach to making trees. If you need a quick tree, this is probably the cheapest and quickest method to create one. Additionally, you can also make trees with geometry nodes. I will leave a link in the video description pointing you to one of the great creators of geometry nodes trees, and it's an interesting method to do it, but you need to know of this, that importing these to a game engine is a bit more involved. But you know, if you just plan to use trees in Blender itself, then probably it is a good way to quickly make some trees. Another advanced technique that worth mentioning is Unreal Engine's nanite technology, which is the technology of the future. In simple terms, nanite enables assets to vary in complexity, and the engine itself decides the level of complexity needed to achieve a higher frame rate. The complexity change is automated and can result in significant improvements in FPS with nearly every scene. After creating our trees in Blender, I will demonstrate nanite in Unreal Engine as well. While I'm not an expert in it, I can show you the difference in poly count and FPS. Another technique can be photo-scanned tree assets like trunks and logs. Creating these have gained popularity for their unmatched realism, Though photogrammetry, real-world trees are captured and transformed into highly detailed 3D models by making photographs from all angles. This approach requires a thorough cleanup and decimation to reduce complexity for usage in games. Despite the challenges, the stunning visual quality makes photoscan trees a compelling choice for creating immersive environments. I want to put a note here about AI texture generation. Most of the textures that I will use in the practice section of the video will be AI generated. I know it's a hot topic and many artists are against AI, but as someone who cannot draw like me, AI is a valuable tool. It can create an acceptable result without the need to spend hours on drawing my own textures. I personally used Midjourney, and with a simple adjustments, it can generate leaves, branches, or whatever I need. Afterward, I will need to do some cleanup and removing the backgrounds that I usually do in an online photo editing software, and then I can use these transparent textures in Blender to create the foliage that I will show later. If you are interested in AI generated textures and how to create ground foliage with them, I have another video on my channel in the game making section. I will try to put some sort of a link to it up in the corner somewhere. When making trees for games, there are some additional things to consider, such as collisions. For a game, it would be immersion breaking if you could just walk through a tree. So game engines usually use something called a collision mesh. This is a blocking area around the tree where the character cannot go into. In Unreal Engine, for example, you can create like a three-sided tube and cut it both ends and position it around the tree trunk. And you can simply set this simple tube as a collision mesh, and the game engine will handle the rest. And if you set it for your tree, it will not, you will not be able to walk through it. If you just create a scene, that's probably not necessary. But if you are making a game, collisions are very important to create immersion and to make sure the player goes where they need to and can interact with everything they need to. Another thing to pay attention to is the number of texture slots that you use. Most trees will use at least 2 of these. One for the tree trunk and the other is for the leaves itself. The general reason for this is that animating the tree in Unreal Engine typically involves animating the top part separately. Using the simple grass wind node, you can add just a little bit of breeze in the wind that will move the leaves, but if you apply the same wind to the tree trunk, you will create a very wavy tree that is not realistic at all. So the simplest approach is to just create 2 texture slots, one for the leaves and one for the trunk, and animate the leaf part only. One additional thing that I wanted to mention is that trees typically don't stand alone. So if you are creating an environment or creating a game with trees in it, you will probably need to create additional ground foliage, grass and rocks and other things that you can scatter around the tree. In my example of Sea of Thieves, you have seen that there are additional foliage around every tree. This is it's because it's more realistic, and it's more realistic to see some grass growing around the root of the tree. There are rocks gathered there. So when you create something, try to make it as much of a fitting piece and not just something that will stand alone in the middle of nothing. After all this blah blah blah, we can start creating our own trees now. Let's hop over to Blender, where I start with the low poly trees. Alright folks, here we are in Blender, and we are doing a take 2. I previously recorded around 4 hours of making these models when I realized I don't really like them. So here I am with a new concept, and that will be that I will make two types of models, and I will do a very low poly version. I will do a version that is slightly more advanced, and I will do one which is sculpted. And we will see all of them in Blender, and I will also put them in Unreal Engine. And while I'm doing that, I will talk a little bit about the points that you need to look out for. Alright, so first off, let me just name this so I will actually see where I am. This one will be a text. I am okay with it. Let's call it low poly. And this will be a very simple one. Let me move this a little bit down here. Right, so I show you two different methods of creating a tree. One is by going here and adding, one thing I almost forgot. I have a shortcut thingy here in the bottom right corner, so if you want to see what I'm typing for, you can take a look at it there. Alright, so two ways of creating a trunk. One of them, the simpler one, I will use for something like a palm tree, and the other one I will use for more like a bushy tree. You will see both. So for the first one, I will add the mesh and cylinder. By default, it has 32 sides. We probably don't need that much. So let's reduce this to, I don't know, let's call it 6. This looks acceptable. And you see that the radius is 1 meter, so this is roughly 1 meter in radius, and I guess might be, it looks like 2 meter. But it covers 2 of these squares here, which are I think 1 meter by 1 meter. Or is it? Is it like half a meter? Well, the radius says 1 meter and depth 2 meter. So I assume the depth is the height of it. So it's 2 meter high, 1 meter the radius. Alright, I will move this up, GY, like there roughly. It's actually good that it needs to be a bit under the plane. And then you can just go to edit mode, select the faces, and then you can start moving this. You can do an extrude with E. You can rotate it around. You can rotate it in a different way. And you can extrude it. You can actually make it a little bit smaller now for these, because the bottom is usually wider. And wait, just to be on the safe side, I will add another one of these as a reference. Mesh, add cylinder, GX there. So this is 2 meter high, so roughly a human size. So yeah, I want to make it so that it makes sense. Back to our original tree, I select this face, I do a little bit of a rotation on it, and I make it a bit smaller, and I do one more extrusion, and I make it even smaller, and that will be one of our trunks. But just to be, you know, palm trees have these very strange shapes occasionally, so I just want to make a duplicate of this, and I want to make something a bit more extreme. If I go in here and let's just say I'm selecting that, and that, and when I move it, it doesn't look particularly good, but you can adjust these by rotating, then moving, and then moving it even more. Oh, I wanted to select the whole thing here to make it sort of like a different shape. And this will be one of the other trees. I can make it a bit like that. I can make this a bit smaller, and they almost look like palm tree trunks. I make it shade smooth. If you want, you can make it shade auto smooth. That will make so that the top ends will not be smooth. If you click on smooth, then everything will be smooth. With auto smooth, you can adjust the angle. Make it a bit bigger, so that's currently 140. Well, I can't really make it well, even though this is a very steep angle here. If I reduce this until the top one is not smooth, this one either, then the rest of it will not be smooth. So I show you another method to make things smooth since we are here. I just make it full smooth, and then I go to edit mode, select this top here, and then right click, mark sharp, and marks, oh, what did I do? I did mark it as sharp. For some reason it is still looking a bit like a shaded thingy. Oh yeah, it works with auto smooth, I guess. That was the question. So now I can crank up the auto smooth, and it will not smooth this top one because it is marked as a sharp edge. So yeah, everything else should be fairly okay. Even that is not really necessary because we will cover it with leaves. Alright, I put these trunks away a little bit, and I will go here and I'll show you the other method of making the tree trunk. You can do it by adding a plane. I move it up on the Z, more or less. Move it somewhere here, and then I go to edit mode, go to vertices, select 3 of the 4, and then delete that. That leaves us with one measly vertex here. I can move it roughly to the red line, and this one is the origin point, and I can start extruding it. I extrude one out here, then another one here, then another one here, and I think that this could use another one in the middle, so I just subdivide it and I move it like this, and then I can start another extrude there, another extrude there, smaller extrude here, extrude, extrude, extrude. And there you go. It seems to be having some sort of a problem here with the distribution, so let me add one more here. This looks a bit wonky, so I will adjust it a little bit, like so. This one could go a bit further up. Once you have something that looks more or less like a tree, let me just put our trusty measurement tool, GX, where is it? GX, next to it. So this is a very small sapling, so let me scale this up a little bit, even more. That is a 2-meter cylinder, so this tree should be around this high. But I think this, let me move this back. I think this looks a bit strange, so let me go in there, select the vertices here and here, and then I move them. Oh, what did I do? G, Y, and I move them up. Then I can adjust these. And I can pull these back a bit. Yeah, this is starting to look okay. Let me get that and move it there instead. And just so we see two things, I will take a copy of this tree. I press Shift D and I move it along the Y, because then I can create another version of this, which is sort of like shorter on the top, and oh, there we are, and more spread out. Let me see if I can do that one. Oh, sorry, camera movements are always a bit tricky, no matter what I put in there. Alright, so here it is, you should be able to see it, a bit more spread out. I will make it so like here. Actually, if I can press GG and move it inside there, that could even make it better. Yeah, this will be a differently shaped tree. And you can just adjust this as, you know, however you want. You can add a bit more different trunks to it. Leave it subdivide. You can subdivide as many times as you want in order to create the shape of tree that you want. I actually moved this out. A bit wonky. I wanted to make some sort of a savanna type thingy, but that's alright. Let me get back to the first one and I'll show you how the tree trunk will actually be made. This one is made by going to the modifiers and adding a skin modifier to it. This looks a bit too thick, so you can press Ctrl A. Oh, sorry, in edit mode you can press Ctrl A and you can reduce their diameter by significantly. You can also select individual vertex point, like the ends of all this, like this, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And if you Ctrl A, reduce their size, that will reduce just the endpoints. And that's not bad at all. Let me move this a little bit out. I reduce the size of that. I move this one down. Ctrl A, reduce the size. Ctrl A, reduce. And you can, do this and adjust these vertices until you get something that you are happy with. I will make these significantly smaller like this. And this one seems a bit oddball, but I am okay with it. This is one low poly variant of a tree. And if you want to add more breaks in it, you can go into even wireframe mode, so you will see it better. Go to edit, and then you can select the vertices you want, subdivide, and then just move something slightly differently until it looks a bit natural. I can move these a bit like this, and then I think this to do here would use a subdivide. Something like this might be a bit too much, but I think this is more or less an okay looking shape, although a bit too straight here, but that's alright. With Ctrl A you can make this a bit bigger. You can extrude one segment out and you can make it even bigger, so that will probably result in a better looking tree. Alright, so this is how things look at the moment. It's a bit too geometric. So let me add another modifier on top of it, and that will be subdivision surface. That is basically doubling the faces that we had, and it makes this tree a bit more round, natural, and that's alright. Let me do the other one on this one as well, I mean these settings, and then I'll be back to you. Alright, so here we are with the other one. I did the same modifications as on the other, and I was trying to spread it out a little bit. And now about a very easy way to do both of the top and crown parts of it. You just need to add, and I go here, I go to add mesh, and let's add the UV sphere. You can make it icosphere as well. The point is you can just move it like this, and you can go to edit mode, click on this proportional editing, and then select just some of the vertices. And when you move it, you will move not the whole object but just part of it. You can use the scroll wheel on the mouse to make it a bit more in line, and you can scale it up, you can move different parts of it until you get the result you want. The reason why it is getting a bit too wonky for me is because I use this setting here, this one, which is basically a see-through mode, and when I was selecting faces it was actually selecting more on the other side as well. But that's alright, you can make this smaller, bigger, differently shaped. And when you are more or less okay with it, then you can just set it as shade smooth. You can do the same on the tree as well, but it will only work after you apply these modifiers. Skin first, and then subdivision second. This will create a mesh, but as you can tell, this is not really low poly. You have a lot of extra geometry here that you don't need. You can easily get rid of those by simply going and adding a decimate modifier. If you pull that down to around 0.4, yeah, so around 0.4 something, and then you apply it, then you add another decimate modifier, pull that one down to 0.4. That will decimate. Oh, let me actually go here, that will be a better way to demonstrate it. So if it was like this, and if you move the decimate, it will remove some of the geometry. Don't remove too much, because then you end up with a plane, but you can remove a significant part of it, like this much. For a low poly tree, this is not that bad. Still a bit geometrical, but I'm okay with this for this little experiment. And I can apply it. Alright, so once we have that, we can do shade smooth on this one as well, and it looks acceptable. I see that this one is a bit bigger here than what it needs to be, so I select some of these and I just move them out. And then you can either add another sphere or just duplicate this one with Shift D, and you can move it over to another part of the tree like this. This might be a bit too much. Let me move this and rotate this, and then I go to edit, select a few, make it bigger, and then I just move it down until it covers the stuff a bit more. Yeah, you can also shape it, move it smaller, make it more round, cover more areas. I just want to move that a bit more into it. This is a differently shaped stuff. And you can do that like 2 more times until this one is done. Let me do this for this and the other tree, and I will be back in a second. Alright, here we go. I made the other tree as well. I have decimated the trunk, and I use these icospheres on this one just for a different effect. Of course, if you want, you can do a shade smooth on these as well, but I think it looks interesting to just leave it as flat. It is also one object, because I was, instead of creating new objects, I was duplicating this one in edit mode and I was shaping it. So it is basically one object for the top and one for the bottom. For the palm trees, I will do something different. I just put one node here at the plane, and I go to, oh no, this is a bit lower than what I intended. I go to the top view, go to edit mode, add Ctrl R, I will add loop cuts to it, like 2, and I will add 1 in the middle like this. And then what I will do is, I'm still in top mode, I'm shaping this a bit along the Y. I'm making these up like this, these a bit further up, and I'm making a rough shape of a palm leaf. I'm moving all these down, and I will select this middle one. I will go Y up, and then I select these last three, and then I go G, increase the influence a little bit. Actually, I can do it by selecting these two, G, Y, and increasing the influence a little bit. And this will be our first low poly palm tree. Maybe I can go a little bit of bigger. I can go with scale X to make it narrower, and that will be our low poly palm tree. And to do that, you just position it on top of that one. But let me show you another trick. So you can go to the edit mode, select this vertex, then say Shift S, and then cursor to selected. That will put the 3D cursor there. And now you can go out of edit mode, and then object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. That will put the origin point of the object in the 3D cursor. Oh, excuse me. Alright, so that will put the origin point of the object down there. And when you are moving the object or rotating the object more like it will rotate from that point. Let me move these up and try to make a sizable palm tree-like shape. And then you can just Shift E, duplicate, rotate, and then do this a few times. It's not exactly where I want it to. You can select two, then Shift D, R to rotate, and you have another one. You can make these a bit bigger. And rotate, and then rotate like this, and then you can select all four, Shift D, rotate, and then you can make some of the lower leaves smaller a bit, and then this one looks actually fairly okay going up there. I will duplicate these two, rotate them up and scale them down. Especially this one I need to rotate a bit more. This leaf might be a little bit too big for what we need it for. I rotate it, then I Shift D, duplicate, make it stand a bit there. This one might be a bit too big. And make this one a little bit narrow. This one is rotated not really the right way. Alright, and it's starting to look a bit like what we need it to. I don't actually need to do another one. Let me just select this one, and I just duplicate it and move it over to the other one, scale it down a little bit, and rotate it. And this will be our second palm tree. Let me move it a bit closer there. Alright, so we have the shape. Now we will add the colors. Remember, these are low poly trees, so you know, whatever you do, you need to take care of it being as little polygons as possible. At the moment we are working with, it says 3000 verts, and most of it is coming from this clamp here. This, and that. Let me select all of them, all the 4. If you go into these, you see that these are much more complex than the others. So let me Ctrl J, join them so they are one object, and then I add a decimate to this one as well, and I go to the wireframe mode to see the effect. I go to 0.4 and then I apply it. Then I add another decimate, which I also try to move down to around 0.4-ish. Now I can go back, I see that the shape is roughly similar. I can make it perhaps a little bit more. 0.2. Yeah, this looks good. I apply it, and that took us down to 1000 faces. That's still a bit too much, but remember that's for all of these. So 4 trees for 1000, that's okay-ish. If you select all and go to edit mode, you can figure out if there's anything that you need to adjust. Probably you can manually come here to this part and remove some of these. For example, this vert here doesn't really need it. Oh, where was it? And you can just join up those two there. And these. And these. So, you can make this a bit more simple, but I think we are in an okay place. This one perhaps could be a bit less polygons. Let me add a decimate to this one. Oh. Alright, for some reason it is not applied to all of it. Maybe I need to apply the settings first. Object, apply all transforms. I think this might be a bug. It is collapsing the others as well, but for some reason it is not collapsing them as much as that one. Probably because that was the main. Anyway, I will not spend too much time with it because we have other stuff to do and we are already at around 30 minutes. Jeez Louise. Alright, so we have these. Now we need to add the color. Let me first of all apply this decimate. I don't need it. Then we have 4 tree trunks, and the simplest way to add a color to it is to create a new color, making it somewhere in the orange region, and pull this one down to make it darker. Specularity down, roughness up, and that's perfectly good tree trunk material. Alright, the next thing is that we can add a new one here. We can make it sort of like between yellow and green, depending on your personal aesthetics. Specularity down, roughness up, and name it as treetop. And there you have it, that's the low poly. And when you have the next material, you can just select it from here. For the top, you can select it from here. Same here, selecting the trunk. And these are not matched together yet, but if you select all, did I? Yes, I did. I need to select one, Ctrl J to put it together, yes. And now you can select the treetop material for it. And then this one same way, tree trunk selected, the crown, select one, Ctrl J, select the top. And there you have it, folks. This is the very low poly tree creation. This is absolutely simplistic. One thing that you can do here, select the top, select the bottom, Ctrl J to make them one object, and then you can go to the tree trunk. So actually you can delete this whole surface here, you don't need it. But before we do that, I will select this middle one, Shift S, cursor to selected. Then with 3 I can select the bottom faces and just delete vertices. Oh, not vertices, delete faces. X faces. And now you can say object, set origin to 3D cursor, and that will put the origin point there. So when you move and rotate the tree, it will rotate from that point. And you can do the same with the rest as well. Let me do the palm tree and I will show you one interesting thing about it. Ctrl J to join. Oh, select the first, select the second, Ctrl J to join. And this one actually has a fairly good origin point here, so I don't really need to move that one. What I wanted to show you is that this is one object now with two slots of textures. So if here in this part you see we have a tree trunk and a tree top, and these are two materials. And it is important because when we will move this to Unreal Engine, then we need to move, for example, the top part separately from the bottom, like when the wind is moving in it. And that is useful. One more thing I wanted to show you, that if you don't want the same color for your tree top, you can select this one, go to the material, and if you click on this number, this will make it a unique treetop version, and you can make it a bit darker, for example, just for this one. And this one is not matched up yet, but I can, just select this darker tree material for the palm trees. I can shade it smooth. I can shade this one smooth, and everything looks okay. And this was the low poly part. Next I will move on to the advanced, where we will select two of these trees, and I will talk a little bit about painting your textures within Blender. Alright, so I copied over these trees here. And in order to do the hand painting in Blender, which usually results a more detailed texture, we need to do a couple of changes here. First off, we need to lay this whole thing flat. If you're just using very low poly things and just add the flat color, you don't need to worry about textures and UV unwrapping. Because all these colors will be the same. It doesn't matter where they are on the actual model, because if you add solid colors, then it will save them as solid. But if you want to add more colors, or you want to hand paint, you need to create a canvas for it. That's why UV unwrapping is a thing. I need to do, first of all, I need to do the same thing as with the other one. I select this one and delete the face from the bottom. Then you see it's already red here, but you can just select this line, mark seam. That's where the part will be cut. And on the top, I select all of this minus this edge and set it as seam. Now everything is alright. I go to object mode, I press Ctrl A to apply all transformation, and then I go back to edit mode, select A, everything with A, and then I press U as unwrap. If you go to the UV editing tab, you see that it has created us these islands, one for each leaf. A bit wasteful. You can probably solve it with one trunk and one leaf, and that one will be duplicating, or all of the for example, you can do it like, you select this island here, like this, and you can move it, hold on, oh yeah, I still have the proportional editing. So if you switch that off, you can move this over the other one, and if you have an overlapping texture, that's usually not a problem. And when everything is on top of each other, you can increase the leaf size to like half the screen, and that will make more detailed leaves, and all leaves will look the same. Let's do that actually, why not? I can then select this one, move it here, making it roughly the same size. G, move, resize, L to select, G to move, S to resize, come on. Let me forward ahead when all of these are on top of each other. Alright, so here we are. Now I can select all. I can move them roughly in the middle, turn it a little bit. Let's turn it like this way, and then I scale all of them up like this. This way you can make the tree top a bit more detailed. You can also wiggle this one around. You can select it, rotate it, like whichever is the smaller part, and then scale it up a little. As long as it's on the texture, it should be fine. Alright, so now we know how the texture will look. Now I need to add the texture. You can go to shading, and right now you see that we have a tree trunk and a tree top. We only need one of them, so I remove the tree top. And you see here that the tree trunk is currently used at 6 places, which is, when you change it, it will change it in all other trees. You need to make it as one use only. This will be the texture, and then you go to add, search, image texture, and then you hook it up here. You can also hook the alpha to alpha. And now it looks black. You can add a new texture to it. You can call it hand painted palm. 1K is good, and you can make the color a bit more obvious, something like green. And now all of it will be green, which is not a problem because we will paint this. Now you can go to texture painting, and well, now everything looks okay here. It automatically selected the texture. If it has not, you can just select it from this menu. And now you can select a color like brown, and if you start painting over this one, it should reflect on the 3D model as well. Just make sure you don't go over and that you cover everything. And that's good. And the good part in it is, let me do a little adjustments on my setup. And the adjustment was that I was plugging in my Wacom tablet. You can do this with a mouse, but you know it's easier if you have a tablet. You can change the size that you are doing with F. You can change the radius like this, and you can, instead of mix, you can choose multiply, and then you can start painting over a little bit of this. I take out the radius from that and lower the strength to, I would say, 0.3, and I take back these parts there, and now I can just paint whatever I want on these. I think I'm actually doing it wrong. The palm trees should be something like these, like these horizontal lines. And then you can go to, instead of multiply, you can choose screen, and then you can add a little bit more of the brighter lines as well. Your skill in hand painting will not come easily, but with practice and seeing how things are painted, it gets better. You see here that wherever these are connected, we have this little weirdness. You can also come here and paint on the 3D model itself, so you can move through those lines and eventually they will disappear. You can use something like a smear tool to remove the edge from here. Hand painting in itself is a different topic. I need to adjust that. I saw that it painted over the leaves. But if you are careful with it and move left and right, it will just remove that harsh line, and it will not be that visible. And voila, you have your tree trunk, more or less, and it's not that obvious that it was cut in half somewhere. Now you can move on to your leaf, and when you do that, you can press S to pick up a color. We need to go back to painting. You press S, and then from screen you go to multiply, draw like a darker line in the middle, like this. And then you can just create these wiggly lines. I'm not doing this for precision because I myself not really good at drawing. I just quickly wanted to show you that this is one way to paint, and then you can do the same on the other side. And there you go. I make this in the middle of it a little bit darker. You can increase your brush size to make it a bit darker in the middle. You can switch to screen if you want to make it lighter, and you can make it lighter around the edge of it. And all of the leaves will have this one, so you can add a little bit of a variation here. You can reduce the strength to 0.1, and then you can just lightly move across it. If you pull it in the middle, it looks like almost like a 3D effect, just a little bit. And the edges, you can make it even more lighter. You can introduce a different color, like a bit more to the yellow. And you can do it by mixing it instead of burning. 0.1 might not do much difference, so at this point you can increase the strength to 0.3 again. And there you go, I can add back a little bit of a yellow here. Then I can just switch back to multiply and add a bit more of the darkness back here, more towards the middle of it. You can do some, use some references to see what will work. But this is just, my quick and harsh work of a palm leaf. Doesn't look particularly good, but this is something that you can spend hours with, and I don't really want to. I just wanted to show you how you create the texture, how to make the leaves. There's one interesting thing that you can learn to do is, I think you can do painting with transparency, and you can do that. There it is. In the menu where you are selecting the blend mode, you can say add alpha, and that's an interesting thing. You can actually remove part of it. Let me just put it as 1, and then you can erase alpha, not add alpha. And if you do that, you can just paint between the edges, or you can create some sort of an edge a little bit more, like this. Let me make a few more of these. If you are a bit more precise, then of course this will look significantly better. And when you go to rendered mode, I don't really have a sun, and you choose cycles, you can see that you actually created transparency on the texture, and that's one way to do it. You can smooth the edge out like this, or you can just paint differently, create a different stuff of it. The smoother you get, the more fine this will be. And you can also shape it by increasing the size and just deleting like a little bit out of this part, then shaping it like this. That will make those parts a bit more believable. Like this. If you delete the edge of it, then it will start to look like an actual leaf. Move some of these back. And of course, if you take more care, let me go back to layout mode and then add the sun. And when I go to that mode, you created, oh, where is my sun? I have not added it. Add light sun. Yeah, so if you go there and look at it like this, let me rotate this sun, move it a bit up, and yeah. So if you have transparency, then you can create sort of like a real texture palm thingy. I think I actually messed up the orientation of some of the leaves because I see that it is darker at the edges. But regardless of that's fine. Let me increase this sun a little bit so we can actually see. Yeah, I wanted to check how the painted thing looks in the sun. So it's obviously very low effort, but you can see the painted texture, and it's technically the same as the original one. The only difference is that this one is using a solid color and this one is using one texture with transparency. Let me put this back here, and of course that you can come here and select the model, and then you can rotate parts of it like this, and let me just select the vert, and you can add more loop cuts into it and then make it a bit more bending in more than one place. And when you are happy with it, you need to check one more thing: texture paint. And when you have your texture, you need to save it. If you see an asterisk here, it means that your texture is not saved. This is a crucial step in texture painting in Blender, because if you don't save, your texture will be lost. Alright, let me come back in a few after I painted a little bit on the other one. This also needs to be UV unwrapped, texture assigned, and then paint added, but I don't spend your time with that one. I will come back in a second. Alright, so here I am with my other tree. I done everything else. I did some squiggly lines with screen and multiply. That's how I got the tree trunk. I'm not particularly good with the tree top part, but I take it as it is. Hand painting is an art, and you need like a really long time to get very good at it. I suggest to try out Grant Abbott's tutorials on YouTube. He's specialized in hand painting assets in Blender, so whatever you can learn about painting textures by hand, you can probably learn by watching his videos. I will leave a link in the description for this as well. A couple of things that I might need to fix here and there, just small things like a smear here. Wherever there would be a line, I just smear it out, like here, here. I painted a little bit onto the branch, but that's fine. Let me see if there's any other obvious issue. Yeah, here is some. I can remove those. Oh, this was probably not for the better. Let me see if I can just move a little bit around it. Yeah, I take it. This is my tree. And there's many like it, but this one is mine. If you know that reference. And here is the texture for it if you want to take a look at it. So all the three tops are UV'd out separately, and the red line is where I was cutting it. And The brown parts are the tree trunk, and everything is fancy. If I go back to texture painting, I might notice a few other things. Like this one here, I can probably remove or smooth out. This line here might be a bit too harsh. Whenever there's something here that might be a bit too green, I can move that around. And this is a very interesting job, but also very hard to do well. Alright, next one will be some more advanced treetop generating tutorials. I will talk about transparency both with UV, both in terms of alpha and in opacity masking. I will prepare some AI generated texture for it, so we will use the same models, but we will do some different methods on enhancing them. Alright, so now that we went past the low poly phase, I will try to create something a bit more involved. And there are a couple of items here that I wanted to discuss before we dig into it. One of them is basically that you can use sort of like a branch with leaves. If you put enough of them, you can use them as a low poly plane, and after just some deformation, it can look like a branch with trees. So you don't manually need to put the leaves on a branch. I will show you that one as one of the techniques later on. This can result a significantly less polygon count and a fairly convincing part. These are the type of trees that you have seen as triplanes, and most of the games that I have shown earlier, like the Space Engineers trees, are using this method. So they are basically making a branch with leaves, and they are just, duplicating that and deforming that to create the crown of the tree. You don't necessarily use individual leaves in most cases. We will use one for the palm tree, because then one branch is basically just one giant leaf. But if you have like an individual leaf, that can be used as a ground clutter if you want to just scatter a few leaves on the ground to make things a bit more realistic, then that's good. I will show you an example of that as well. And what we will do with the more complex version is that we are using intersecting planes, and with Blender we are scattering them through a particle system. This can have a fairly good looking result, but you always need to look out for the poly count, because this method can skyrocket your poly count to the millions. So always watch your poly count. The tree trunk we will process separately. We will create a low poly version, and then we duplicate it, and we will create a high poly sculpt, and then we use Substance Painter to copy over the high poly details into the lower poly texture, and that's basically will be its own separate object. And then we will have a tree crown made out of branches or a particle system generated fluff of intersecting planes, or the combination of the two. We will see how it will go. Alright, so one thing that I wanted to show you guys here is how I generate references, more or less, things that I might be able to use. And that's with Midjourney AI image generator. You can just type in there that, hey, I need a set of trees, green, stylized, And the program will generate you a couple of ideas that you might be able to follow or not. Some of these look pretty good. You can look into the details or make a bigger version of each and every one of these. And you can use them as a reference that you can put vines there, you can put additional items, you can put stones around, you can put like just a bare tree without any crown, or just a shape reference that you can use. And you can sometimes find very good things in it, like you can add grass to it, an orange version of the tree that looks like an autumn version. That's pretty good. You can gather a single larger tree. Obviously these are not 100% perfect, but they can give you some ideas on what you might want to aim for. Something like an ancient tree with lots of rocks and some branches without any leaves on it. And you can create with this one a set of guidance for yourself that you can use, sort of like a mood board. You can also create like a branch with leaves. These you can attach as something that is not the main crown, but sort of like to make it more interesting. If you type in there with black background, it will be easier to work with it a bit later, or white background. I made a larger version of this one just so I can see that we can create one larger trunk and like puffs of foliage on top of it. These are interesting shapes, not necessarily a completed version, but at least it can give you an idea of the shape. We will not use most of it because I was planning to continue my palm tree and other type of tree analogy, but you can create branches like this with a completely black background, and then you can use a program like Photopea or Affinity Designer to remove the background and just create an opacity mask out of it. I will show you that one as well. You can also use this to create like a set of leaves and cluster of leaves like this one here. And that cluster of leaves can be scattered around. I will show that to you momentarily. You can cut this around in a program and just use the part that you are actually interested in, or cut this part out, make it like one texture, and then you just need to create the opacity mask for it. And this is the texture that I used because I really like these small clumped together leaves. I deleted the branch from it and I scattered it around in Affinity Designer to create our treetop intersecting plane. And these were when I was trying to create a palm tree version, and I eventually went with this one. And this I saved the big version, this yellowish version, and this completely withered version. I deleted the other two. And we will use this to create the palm tree for a better looking version for our tree. So now we are in Affinity Designer. What I wanted to show you is that you can import your picture as a square texture, and then you can just add the black and white filter, and then adjust the brightness until all you have is just black and white texture. You can save this one as the opacity mask, and you can save the base version as base color. And when you are combining them in Blender and in Unreal Engine, the opacity mask will cut out the useful parts and not display the black parts. And that's a fairly common way to create transparent foliage. You can do it two ways. You can create it like a transparent image. Let me show you how that will work. So this will be our tree crown. These are just individual clumps of one single foliage like this one. And I just scatter them around a bit, like so it looks a bit natural. It has some light between them. I try to make it looking so, it is not looking that uniform. So I adjust the pieces, so some will be bigger, others will be, smaller. I try to aim so it is not, going through anywhere, but, it looks like this. And it all makes sense when you will combine these later on. You can add the background to it, and then you can add the additional adjustments to make like a black and white version of it. So this will be the opacity mask, and this is our image. I was talking about before that you can make it two ways. If you have like a transparent background, then you can use the alpha channel of the texture to create the transparency mask or opacity mask. Or you can have a black and white image like this, and this will cut out the green parts of the image and only display things where this is white. And it was fairly easy to do in Affinity Designer. Let me show you. So these are a series of adjustments. First I converted it to black and white, then I adjusted the brightness and contrast. That was not enough, so I duplicated that effect and I duplicated it one more time. And there's a curve adjustments here, you can ignore that. That's just to make the leaf a little bit more, vibrant, or more like, closer to the color that I wanted to show. So yeah, I will create the textures, and these are the square textures that we will use in Blender to create our advanced foliage. One more thing that I wanted to tell here is that when you save this square picture, you need to, you can try saving it in two different versions. Since you need to make more of this, like more instances of this texture, I would try to keep it fairly low poly, so like 512 pixel or 1K. You don't need 2K texture for foliage, at least for now. Unreal Engine later on will work with Nanite that can help you with reducing this, but we are trying to aim for the lowest we can make with the best quality that we can make it. Alright, so here we are in Blender. I have hidden the additional trees that we made previously. We don't need them for the moment. And also I have hidden the lights. And I have here our two type of trees. This one is the traditional looking, more or less. And this one, I created two leaves separately and the same tree trunk as before. I deleted the texture because we will do it differently than with hand painted. Alright, so the first thing that we can do is, let's work on the palm tree first. Let me hide this and hide this and the text also, so it will be less cluttered. So I go here, go to edit mode, and then go to UV editing, and this is already UV'd out, which is like good for us. I can now go to the shading tab, and with that selected I add the new material. I go to add, search, image texture, and I can add here the palm leaf texture that I prepared in Affinity Designer. Alright, so I connect base color to base color, but as you can tell here, it is not particularly covering what we need. That's perfectly fine. Now we can go back to UV editing, and I can load in this texture here. And now we can adjust this to look the way we would like to. So I work on the UV panel here, but I try to zoom in here until we can see it. So I get the UV and I am adjusting it so it is more or less where I want to. So I select a single vertex, I move it there, like there, like there. I move this one there, this one here, this one here, this one roughly there, this one here. Alright, so that's perfectly good. I will make a join here and here. Maybe I will not do that. I will try to make something different. So I will join these two here for sure. And then these two. And then I'm trying to make sure that I can keep the shape more or less. And let me see how I could do this. Normally, this is not the way I'm doing it. Normally, what I'm doing is that I'm taking the knife tool and I'm just putting a line here in the middle as well. And enter. And then I put another one on the other side. Enter. This will allow us to move this up and down and a bit more. You can add complexity to this one, not necessarily needed. This one here we don't need, so I dissolve this vertex. I can move this a bit out, then I can remove this vertex as well. And the same goes for these. I can put this one like roughly here. And then I can dissolve that vertex. And I can dissolve this vertex. So we are already well oriented. And you can just adjust the UV until it looks fairly okay. Right, so I'm fairly okay with this one. It looks upside down, but don't worry about that one. Now that that vertex is selected, we need to again adjust the position of the origin of this object here. So I press Shift S and cursor to selected. Oh, actually I need to do that while edit mode, because that's when I have that specific vertex selected. Actually I might need to put it here. Shift right click is, oh sorry, I actually forgot to add my shortcut here. Let me start that one. So I was shift right clicking to move the 3D cursor there roughly, and then I can move out of object mode and then shift object and set origin to 3D cursor. This will, wait a second, I actually moved this somewhere else. I move it there, and now object set origin to 3D cursor. We need that because when we will rotate this object, I want it to rotate on the stem of the leaf. And that's basically all the prep we can do with this one. I can now go to layout and I can start moving this leaf roughly into position. You can make it bigger, you can duplicate it, rotate differently, make a different size. You can select both of them, Shift D, duplicate, R to rotate. Then I can select all of these, Shift D, going up. I'm rotating some of it. So we're doing roughly the same things we did with the previous one, but just with a bit more adjustments. So single leaf, scaling up, shifty, rotating, scaling down. You can rotate these even further. These look mighty fine here, so I'm just rotating them and scaling them up a little bit. These look a bit wonky at the moment, but I'm trying to move this one like this. Let me, speed this up a little bit. Alright, so this is more or less okay, I think. I need to put something here to cover up this mess, but we will only see that when I add the transparency mask as well. Let me quickly add the other leaf as well. So for the same thing, I will use... hold on. I will use UV editing, and I will... Oh yeah, first I need to edit there, right? So shading. I will add this material, yes, the same as before. And now I can go to UV editing and position the UV map roughly around this one. Then I can just select that one, remove that, and I can do the same rough adjustments as with the other one. I don't think I will need two of these vertices, so I can dissolve those, and I don't think I will need these two, so I dissolve those. Right, I don't even need to do anything extra with this. I don't add the additional things because I just plan to have this a bit more crumbled. I go back to layout, and then I just select these vertices, and then I rotate them a bit, try to make them a little bit, looking like a withering leaf of palm. Can also make this a bit closer like that. And these will be our more yellow leaves, and I can add a few of these, like here somewhere at the bottom. I can do the same thing with this one as with the others, so just select this vertex, Shift S, cursor to selected, go out of edit mode, object, set origin to 3D cursor. So this way I can, rotate this around. Alright, so a more yellow leaf at the bottom, that's roughly good. I will make another version of this. Make it a bit smaller. different orientation. I can rotate it like this, not like that. More like this, medium size, roughly there. Alright, so working with this is quick and fast, but in order to actually make the adjustments that I was planning, we need to see through this transparency. So I go back to the shading, and I will add another texture here. I just select this texture and I press Shift D to duplicate, and here I will add the transparency texture for this one. Alright, so slight adjustments was needed. I have here, I actually need to prepare this texture a bit better. I was cutting off all the parts that were not needed, and I was rearranging the image on it, so it will, the picture will be bigger and the extra space will be less. If I go to UV editing, you can see that this yellow leaf is a bit larger than it was. That also meant that I had to adjust the UVs a little bit so it is covering this picture, not the previous one. But other than that, we are all good. We are going back to shading, and I have the base color picture added, and I am using the opacity mask, which is a black and white image, you remember. This one is the opacity mask, and this one is the base color. So we are cutting off with the opacity mask the useful information, and that's how we can get this leaf with a bit better coloring than before. It looks a bit wonky, but that might be adjusted with a little sheet smooths. Yeah, might be a little bit better. And you can see that it has yellow leaves at the bottom. This might need a little bit of adjusting, but other than that, you can see it's transparent and it's starting to look okay. In order to remove this shine, you need to change the specularity of the leaf. I leave a little bit in because leaves can be specular. And I pull the roughness up so that will make it a bit less shiny. And there you go. We added the leaves for our new palm tree. The other thing we need to sort out is the trunk. I don't really have any good stuff for this one, so I will do the same thing as I will do with the other tree. And the other that is that I will create a high poly version. I sculpt it a little bit to make it look like a tree trunk, and that should be able to help us. I will not show the sculpting of the palm tree trunk because I will show the sculpting on the other tree. One thing I wanted to check here is, now that we see the transparency actually, is that you can see here that this looks a bit wonky. What I will do with this is that I go back to this unshaded mode. Oh, I need to check this one. I think the UV is messed up. Oh, because it is handling it as a different texture. Sorry, some adjustments I need to make because I need to make these two leaves as this one, but I do that off camera. What I wanted to do is that I select the trunk, I add the loop cut roughly here, and then I just select this and make it a bit big. Actually, not that one. I add another loop cut in the middle and I will scale that one, so it will create like a bulby structure at the top. That will look good. And so let me come back after this one. These two leaves are sorted. Alright, so this will be our palm tree, at least one of it. And I will deal with the branches, I mean the trunk, a bit later. Let me move on to the other tree that I have hidden. Let me make this a bit easier. So I just select all this, and then I select this one, and with Ctrl J I make it as one object. Yeah, that significantly reduced our item count, and I can make it as palm leaves and this will be palm trunk low poly. I missed an M. And this is the object that actually I said I will not show it, but I might show it a little bit. So I hide this one, I duplicate this one with Shift D, and then I hide the low poly and rename this to high poly. And then I go to sculpting, and I need to find my tree. There it is. It's looking mighty smooth at the moment. And what I need to do is I go to remesh, change this value to like 0.2 something, and then I do a remesh. Oh, I messed up something. Oh yeah, if you want to sculpt things, then they cannot be having a hole in it. So I need to select this, press F to close the loop, and now I can remesh it. And this will create it quite a low poly version here, but let me change it to my tablet. So you can use Shift and click to smooth out details on it, and then you can use, for example, draw sharp to add some lines in it. I'm not particularly sure, I only see palm tree a couple of times, but I think it should be like these horizontal lines. And you can use the scrape to make it like a bit more stylized. Instead of smoothing the edges, you can just, scrape off parts of it, and then you can go back and add your squiggly lines. Smoothing, scraping, adding things. Oh, one additional brush that I thought that might be good here. Oh, hold on, I was a bit more enthusiastic with the rotation. And so once you have more or less smoothed out the hard edges or scraped them away, instead of using draw sharp, you can use another very good tool, and that is clay strips. Yeah, that will add like these strips of material, so to say, on this one, and it will look like that squiggly palm tree aesthetic that we are looking for. With F you can reduce the size of your brush and make these lines a bit smaller, and you can just go through the tree from all angles and make sure that you have added all the lines you wanted. Try to make it a bit more natural. And this is just going through and sculpting some details into it. Once you have the high poly sculpt, that's fantastic. Then we will jump over to Substance Painter and I will show you how to bake the high poly details onto the low poly trunk. It will look good. Let me come back to you once this is more or less done. Alright, this is more or less where I wanted to go with this. You can still see some horizontal lines in it, but this is just a matter of doing it more precisely. And now we can go back to layout mode, and we have our high poly and low poly overlapping each other, and that's good. First off, we want to make sure that our low poly object is shaded smooth and fully smooth, because we need that. I think I need to close the cap on this one as well in order for the cooking process to look good. And that is good, that is good. Yeah, so I need to make sure that the UV is done. At the moment I don't have any texture for it, but this palm tree is the only thing that we are having on this texture, so I just try to make it as big as I can. I can do a UV unwrap again to make it like a bit more consistent. Yeah, like this. This will do. Yeah, that should be good. Let me check. I can actually make so that this one, this is the bottom. Yeah, it's the bottom. I can add a seam here, and when I UV unwrap now, it will not distort the texture at the bottom more. I can just make it roughly like this, and I'm okay with this arrangement. Alright, so this is it. I go back to layout. I make sure that I apply all transformations, and one thing that I have not set is the origin point. So I go back here, select this face, Shift S cursor to selected, then I go to object mode and then object, set origin to 3D cursor. So then our tree will be bending at the bottom, and that's good, that's what we want. So this is the low poly. I export it as FBX, and my settings here, let me just put it in here, and this will be palm tree complex low poly, trunk low poly. And the settings that you need to choose is only mesh, only selected objects, geometry smoothing on face or edge, let's put it to edge, and that's basically it. Then you added the name for it, you named it low poly, export. Then you go back to the high poly. You don't need anything extra on this one because they are roughly overlapping. I can just export this as FBX, and this will be same setting, same name, except that it will be high poly. Right. Let me switch over to Substance Designer, where I'm showing you how I copy over the high poly details to the low poly. Alright, so here we are. My substance is loading in. I create a new one and I add my low poly to this one. So I have the low poly version of the tree trunk added. I press OK, and we can take a look after it is loading that indeed this is one simple texture, shaded smooth, all is good. And now I can go to mode and bake mesh maps. Here I just choose, let's be decadent, I choose 1K texture. I'm adding the high poly here. And then what I do is I go through these, and wherever I see secondary rays, I pull that to the maximum. Thickness. And this should be fine. I press on, actually I don't need ID map, I don't think I will use that. So now I'm baking over the details. So now the program is copying over the sculpted details from the high poly mesh to the low poly mesh, creating a texture. And if I return to the viewing mode, I can see that this is low poly, but if you switch on I think this one, yeah, the wireframe, you can tell the red wireframe around it, and that is basically showing you that this is a low poly object, but you can see all the details on it that we sculpted. And now all I need to do is I go to my materials and I pull in my stylized texture that I will leave a link down below. This is 3DX stylized material 2.3. And all I do is I just pull this one here. Alright, so this is it. I pulled in the stylized texture on the model, and now I can see this brownish tree color, which I more or less like. I just want to make it a bit darker. Alright, so here it is in the layer. Sorry, I was a bit confused by that. I can go to extra curvature. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need metal. We only need the base texture. And I need to look into the base parameters here. And I can go to the base color and I can set main color to something darker. Yeah, something like this. I'm not sure, maybe the palm tree is supposed to be a bit more like this, something along those more tannish lines. I try to make it a bit more orangey and lighter. Or darker. I think darker looks better. Yeah, this will be our palm tree. A bit orangey, dark brownish, and we have these ridges all over it. Now you just need to export this texture to be able to use it in Blender and in Unreal Engine. And how I do this is that export textures from the menu, and here you can select what you want. I want no alpha and the document channels. You can also choose a preset and the location for it. You need to choose the type of texture. I think I will choose PNG 16 bits. Size will be 1K. And then I need to choose a location for it, which I will set. Right, one thing I forgot to mention is that I can change this material name here to change the names of the textures. Tree trunk. Palm teeth palm, I'm always missing that M from there. Palm teeth trunk, so this is how you can change it. Currently it says that it's 2K, but our export will make it a 1K texture regardless. So export textures, document channels, no alpha, base template will be PNG 16 bits, size 1K, and I guess that's all. I need to set it to a location. Right, I've set my location, I set the output template, and I have everything. So now I can press export to create the textures, and that's good. One additional thing you can do if you are using Unreal that we might is to create a packed texture. Here in the output templates you can see that it can Substance Painter can export to Unreal Engine packed. And what this will do is that it will put the base color in base color, opacity to the alpha, mixed ambient occlusion to another texture's red channel, roughness to another channel's green channel, metallic to B. So RGB, these are 3 color channels of a texture, and we can put specific textures into each of these channels and we can pull them out individually. This will result in a much compact texture for Unreal. You only need to load in one texture and you can use different parts of that texture to show the metallic, the roughness and the ambient occlusion in one texture. That will reduce the size of what you need to work with. Alright, so now we are back in Blender. And I wanted to look at my low poly model again. Everything is good as far as I can tell. Yeah, we can now import back here the texture that we created. I go to shading, I go here, add the new texture to our low poly trunk, add an image texture, and I pull it there, and let me load in my texture. Right, so this is added. This was the base texture, it's a bit too shiny. What you can do here is add the additional textures from what you created, like the normal map. But for the normal map in Blender, we need a node called normal map. I pull this one here and this one into normal. And that looks a bit too shiny, but you can see the ridges there. That's progress. And I think you need to set this one instead of RGB to non-color. That's how it will work in Blender. And then you can reduce the specularity because this is a tree trunk, increase the roughness, and there you go. You have your tree trunk. And it's a low poly model. You can verify it by going to the wireframe. So these are all the polygons, all the 46 faces. And when you apply the texture, it looks like something much more detailed. And I really like this. Now you can pull back the palm leaves, put it to shaded mode. We add a little bit more lightning here because the sunlight we have is not a particularly well made thing. I will add the light and aureole light here. I put it like this, turn it like that, increase. And we increase the size of it as well. Yeah, I make it a bit more towards the orange, increase. This one, then I can just shift the duplicate, rotate, like this. And this is supposed to give some lights to our texture here. It's still a bit too dark, but let me see if I can increase these to like 2000. Not 200, 2000. Alright, so this is getting progressively lighter. You will, do this differently in Unreal Engine. This is just for presentation. And you can create a render in cycles to view this in a better light. But yeah, this is our more complex palm tree. And you can see, I wanted to check one more thing since we are here. Yeah, you see this one could use a bit of an adjustment there to make sure it is more or less inside that bulge that we created. And yeah, if you compare it to the other low poly things, the low poly flat and the hand painted one, this looks significantly more complex. Depending on what you do for your game, you can use either. And this is mostly how it is done in more complex games with some additions. The additions that you can do, let me get out of this hell mode. Hold on, I wanted to remove these, yes. So the additional thing you can do is that you can do weight painting on the leaves. That way only the part which is like further out will move, and the part which is connected here to the bulge, it will not move. But other than that, this is fairly good. You currently see that it has one material for the top and one material for the bottom that I will probably rename as palm tree trunk. And the top one, I will rename it as palm tree top. And when you are ready with the modifications you wanted, you can, select both of them with the trunk being the last one you select. And with Ctrl J, you can merge them into one palm tree. And this will be, movable and right where it should be. And when you are exporting this to Unreal Engine, it is advised to move this like here in the middle and export it from here. Export it there, make sure that your size is more or less what you want. This might be a bit bigger because, as I recall, this one is so it's 1.2 meter, this one. So this palm tree is like 15 meter. That might be a bit too much. I can reduce it like this, and this should be the correct size of it, more or less. Alright, I'm quite happy with where this is. Let me move on to the other complex tree. Alright, so here we are at the low poly version of the second tree, the last one that I will be making in a higher version. We have a trunk and we have a top section. I just moved the top section along the z-axis, so if I can move it back here, it will be the same tree roughly. And that's perfectly okay. This is the general shape that we want to achieve, but not with a solid shape. We want to achieve it with a bit more complex shape. The trunk will need to receive the same treatment as the palm tree in the previous one. It is already cut up. All I need to do is create a high poly version and sculpt it around, cover the end of it, then make the sculpt. That will be the high poly for the trunk, this will be the low poly for the trunk, and then we will, I will not repeat that part, I will just show you the end result. And this part is the one that will be more interesting to us, and that is the tree crown. And let me show you two ways to deal with this. One is a bit more better looking, the other is require more precision. You can see both of them in games. For that, let me pull in two of my textures here. One will be a branch, the other one will be that leafy thing that I was showing earlier. For that, I'm adding a plane. I'm actually adding two planes, Shift D, X. And this plane will be the branch, I guess. And let me move these a bit up. Right, so this is the first one. I'm adding the textures. Give me 1 second. Alright, so I made my textures. They were not particularly interesting. It was just saving out the output of the Affinity Designer that I was previously showing in 1K format. So it's 1024 pixels in each direction. And now I can just add the new material, add the node, an image texture node. I duplicate it, and one of them will hold the base color like this, and the other one will hold the opacity mask. I plug the base color into base and the opacity mask to alpha. At the moment it looks, this is the opacity and this is the base color, and that looks good. And if you change to cycles render, it will show as, a clump of leaves. Let me try switching on my lights for it. So it looks a bit plain. That's normally not a problem, but we might adjust it a little bit because we can only put a few of these on a treetop. We might need to just introduce a little bit of a variation in shape to make it more interesting. And of course, like with the other one, specular a bit down and roughness way up. This will make it nice, lush, green and opaque. And this is what we wanted. This looks like a clump of leaves. And that's one of the textures. Let me pull in the other one as well. Actually I can control C the whole setup and just add it here. And then change the textures. And there you go. Now we have an extra leaf. The leaves might be a little bit different from the other, but I will try to use it in a smaller shape like this, so that will not be too obvious. Alright, so now that we have the two textures that we want to work with, first thing that I will do is that I will make a duplicate out of it. Let me go back to layout view. I make a duplicate of this one, move it along this edge, and then the traditional thing of doing this is like Shift duplicate, rotate it 90 degrees on X, and Shift duplicate, rotate 90 degrees on the Y. This will create this strange shape, which a bit simple. So this is why I wanted to perhaps break up the shape a little bit. If you look at it in cycles, it looks like a proper clump. The lighting might not do it justice, but we can adjust that later on. And this creates like a clump of leaves, which looks perfectly fine. First of all, I will merge these together, Ctrl J, middle point there. And then I also make a duplicate of this in case I would need to do a modification. And the next thing I will do is I find my clump here, this shape, and I will add the particle system to it. Add the new, it will be hair and advanced. And then you need to go down, you'll need the render tab, and here you need to choose, instead of path, you choose object, and instead of this one, we will add this object plane 02. And this will distribute this clump of leaves on the surface of these objects, which is pretty cool. That's what I wanted. What we can add more here now is increase the length, and we can go to rotation, and we can randomly rotate these, and scale randomness, that will make some of it a little bit smaller than the others, and then we can increase the scale significantly like this until it covers the whole object. It doesn't necessarily need to cover all of it, but you know, this is how it looks. If I change it to a rendered view, we get this. Hold on, let me go for it from an angle that is actually visible. So you can take a look at this and say that this is more or less acceptable, but you can still see the shading is not very nice, and you know, the randomness could need some tweaking, so you can come back here and rearrange it to make it a bit more random. Randomize the phase and increase the size, and you can, you know, play with this until you are fairly okay with what you want to see. You can increase the size to make it a bit more fluffy, and that's one way to do it. It looks more or less acceptable in certain conditions, but I might have made the clamps of leaves a bit too thick, so I might need to change that a bit more sparse. This is currently how the texture looks. I wanted to show. So, you know, if you make this a bit more sparse, it will not look like one clamp, but it will look like, you know, a proper leafy structure. Let me try to take this out a little bit, take out a few of these and remake the texture just to show you the difference. Alright, so I made the texture, which is a bit more sparse, like this, a bit less, and I made a corresponding less thick version of the opacity mask. Oh, did I choose the right one? It should have been version 2, yeah. And opacity mask version 2. Right, so this is more sparse than the others. Let me see how that will work. I take this and move it into here. Oh, this is the less sparse already. Nice. Let me go back to layout. Yeah, this is the less sparse version. And if I look into this one now in shaded view, from a distance it looks fairly okay. It's still a bit, you know, it's planes, so it's I'm not too happy with how it looks at the moment, but that's fine. We can probably work on that further to make the texture better. Let me wait for this to render a little bit more out of it. So yeah, these look leaves, these look branches, but you know, the light is currently looking, you know, hitting it from a very strange angle, not how it's supposed to. You need to work a bit with the normals and need to copy over normals from a different object to make it look, you know, well shaded. Yeah, I will get to that when we have the the other version as well. Alright, so let me get out of here. I make a duplicate of this, move it to the side, and I remove the object from it. Oh no, I accidentally removed it from both. What happens if I add it back again? It adds both in. Alright, so I think we also, this is the problem. So this particle system is currently used on 2 objects. I make it a single use. So instead of that one, I can actually remove this one now, and it only removes it from this. Let me pull a version of this one here, Shift the X, and I focus on this a little bit. So instead of having this one shape, I can introduce a break there and a loop cut there. And what I can do is I can take this vertex, move this up, take that, move that up, that moves that down a little bit, that moves down, and this will create a different shape. I can perhaps try rotating it a bit like these two. So this will be an uneven shape. I can do a shade smooth on it. And now when you look at it, it has a bit more variety. We can do the same as we did with the other one. So Shift the duplicate on the Y, then Shift the rotate X 90, and then Shift the rotate Z 90. This is a similar shape as we had there, but a bit less blocky looking for the cost of a few additional vertices. And if I move them together, Ctrl J, make a duplicate of it, and then I use this as a particle system here. Just with the same settings, it will look a bit different. If you look at, let me load this in. I might need to add a bit more of these lights here, hold on. I just take that to Shift D, move it here, move up, Shift D there. And so now it should be properly lit. Alright, hopefully we will see some difference now. Alright, so this looks roughly the same, but this is a bit more broken up. If we go closer, let me get closer to this one and wait a few seconds until my NVIDIA card is sweating out the render for it, so we will be better able to see the difference. You can see that I can already see here the X shape that we made, and here in these leaves I can tell that it's a bit more straight than I would like it. But if we go here on the same location, it's much less obvious that this is just a simple plane because of the extra geometry that we added. I think the leaves are still a bit too thick, and that's the problem with creating a more thick cluster of leaves. Let me create another texture quickly, which is just individual larger leaves that I should be able to demonstrate it better, right? You can tell the geometry is better here, but I think the leaves are still a bit too close to each other. So let me create a third texture, which is like larger leaves in a bit further away, and we can, judge it for ourselves if that is the better way or not. Alright, so this is the texture that I came up next. It looks a bit greenish. I probably should have had a bit more variation to it in terms of size and but this is a different type and it is using only leaves, not branches. So I will export this out and see you back in Blender to see how this will look on the tree. Alright, so here we are back in Blender. I've added the texture to a simple plane, not the one where we broke up the geometry. And this is how it looks from a distance. I mean, comparing to, it is not the best texture that I've ever seen in my life. But overall, this looks like a bit more manageable. Let's wait a little bit for the render to catch up. I can still see the straight lines in this one, so this might not be the best option ever. But I feel that if the leaves are a bit bigger, then it kind of sells it better as a leaf. I mean, as a fluffy leaf, not as a clump of leaves. I don't know. Let me make this breakup version of this one as well to see how that will look. And then we can do one more thing to see the comparison between the three. And that is basically how much the poly count is. I will probably need to reduce all of them significantly. Alright, so here we are with the broken up geometry, which shows a bit less of the harsh edges. The leaves are, I think, a little bit too uniform, so we might need to go back here to the particle system of this one. And scale randomness, I might need to crank this up a bit more. And let's see how that will look. Kind of acceptable, I would say. From a distance it's fine. At the moment it doesn't say much. If you look at it down here, it says Werts 1000, but that's actually just the clumps that we have, not the particle, and I will show you how that works. So let me move all of these into a new collection called Treetops, because I will need to, move these in and out of rendering. Alright, so first off, let me hide this one and all the small ones. I will do a duplicate of all this just so we will not lose much. I will hide all these as a backup, and here I can start working on this. So first I will do is I go to the first one. I probably take this out so I can actually work better. First thing I will do is I make the particle system single use. I make let me check one more thing. I think I forgot an important step. I probably need to unhide a couple of things. I'm actually curious about not these, and specifically this one. I need to move a duplicate of this here, and I need to repoint basically. This one, I need to make the texture single use, so I will only modify this one. And then I go back to the particle system, remove that, add this, same settings, all good. And I needed that because otherwise if I apply the particle system, it will mess up the single use item that I have. So let me hide all these, and I just keep those. And I get this one and go to modifiers particle system, and I choose make instances real. This will make all the instance their own separate object. And now when I apply this particle system, you currently see it is 1700 trees, 1600 faces. As soon as I apply this, all these instanced leaf clusters will become their own significant object, and that will bump us up a little bit, or at least it's supposed to have. Let me select one of these, and I actually need to remove that clump cluster, yeah, because now we can remove the shape and it will still look good. So now this one is like 1,000 small clusters. Let me remove the lights from the selection, and that one, and then make this one single object. And you saw here it moved our one clump also. And now we are up to 4,000 faces, 7,300 tries, and 12,000 verts, because these are now their own individual object. This is acceptable, but this is still too high of a count, and it has a lot of vertices that we don't use normally. The problem with this is that since we don't have enough vertices, we cannot really decimate it. If I add the decimate modifier, it has no geometry to remove. So, you know, it will just remove entire faces. Or actually, it cannot even remove anything because it has no more geometry to collapse. So this is one option, 12,000 verts. Not too bad. I keep this as version 1. And you know, you can see through it in occasion now that you don't have the clump in the middle of it. This will be option 1. Let me find it. It will be treetop 1. And I hide this. Alright, so this one here I can also hide, also the lights. So for next one we have much more geometry to build on. I will do the same with this one, but I try to reduce the geometry even more by going to the particle system, and instead of 1,000 instances I will make this around 400. If you look at this in the rendered view, this looks a bit spotty and you can see the shape behind it. But if you remove the shape itself, it actually looks fairly okay. You can look through a little bit of it, and we reduce the number of instances by 1/3 at least. So this will be my second option that I think will be okay. I could go even further up, Or if I'm not too happy with the size of it, I can go to scale randomness. I can reduce that. I can increase the overall scale to cover more of the tree. And let me do that actually. So here you see it is covering the whole tree again. A little bit of see-through should be fine. And you know, this 387 verts is actually not a bad estimate. I will use this one. It's a bit more, you know, you can reduce this even further. When you are making a game, the goal is to make it run faster, and if you have a tree of these, it will not run particularly fast. It can, if you either reduce the complexity of this, reduce the number of instances of the tree thingy that we were talking about, or you reduce the texture size. Sorry, I'm not sure which one I've said. So either reduce the complexity of the object or reduce the texture size, or both. They both can lead to a manageable tree. So now I can go back here to particle system, make instances real. For this, I can try to grab the clamp in the middle. Work. Alright, maybe I need to go back in it, I don't know. Hold on. Alright, let me select all, not those, and see what else we have. Hand painted tree. Oh, we might have accidentally looped those guys in. They don't need to be looped. Neither the area lights. And now we have selected these, all of these are a plane. I'm looking for the one instance that is not a plane. All of them are a plane. Fantastic. Oh yeah, this is the clump. It is just not selectable because I have not applied the particle system. I applied, and now I can remove this clamp. And now I have these ones here, and I select one at the bottom and press Ctrl J to join them as one. And now it says that it's 5,000 faces, 10,000 trees, and 10,000 verts. It is because we added the extra loop cut in the middle and we changed the shape. But now we can add a decimate modifier, and it now will find a couple of more parts that it can reduce. So I will move this down from 10,000 to, let's say, 7,000. This is still too much. I think you can go to 0.4 and then apply, and then add another decimate modifier and move that also a little bit. Oh, this is getting spikier and spikier. But yeah, you don't need that much. I guess I will stick with this one. 7,000 verts, 3,000, 5,000. Yeah, this is more or less applicable. The rest we can do with nanite. Actually, with the original geometry we could do as well, because we can do nanite to reduce the complexity automatically in the game engine. But I'm okay with this. I'm happy with this outcome. I don't even need the second decimate. I just need to name this as treetop 2, and I hide it along with its lights. Alright, so I will do the same with these. I will try to reduce this even further down. So this is the one with the simpler texture. Let me go to the particle system, make this number to 200. That's a bit sparse, but I can increase the scale to make it look bigger. And then that's it, basically. Make instances real. Apply the modifier. Oh! I think I did. Now I can select the shape in the middle, hopefully. Come on, shape in the middle. My rendering is killing it. Hold on. There it is. I can delete that one. I can select all these minus the lights. Select one at the bottom, Ctrl J to join. So this is now 2000 verts and 1000 faces. And if I click on rendered view and wait a little bit, you see that it is kind of an acceptable clump of leaves. I think the leaves are too big because we meant to apply it on a bigger tree, and you will see it in a second that it will not look good with that setup. But it's 2000 verts. I do the same on the other one. Let's make this treetop 3. Okay. Then I get back to this view, hide this, hide its lamps, and we go here. Here I go to the particle system and reduce it even lower to like 100. And then I increase the scale. This could be useful if you are making a small shrubbery. Scale randomness. I reduce that a little bit so it will look bigger. And then I make instances real, apply particle system, remove the clump, select all, minus the lamps, select one at the bottom, Ctrl J to join as one object, and this is 2700 verts and 1700 faces, but this is the version that I can actually decimate. I decimate to 0.4 and apply, and now we are down to 1700 verts and 1000 faces roughly, and it looks like this in rendered. Not perfect, but you know, it looks like a cluster of leaves. From a distance it's acceptable, and you know, if you are having something like a top view of it like this, it is actually, you know, looking like a shrubbery or a treetop in our case. The bigger leaves make it a treetop, but you know. Let me unhide everything and get back here a little bit. Oh, I think I did some funky with my additional things. Let me sort this out and I'm back. I wanted to show you these three clumps individually with their selected trunk. Hold on. Alright, so here I am. I cleaned up the rest of the stuff from the scene. I added a trunk, the same trunk for all of them, that low poly trunk that we had. And I made these 4 variants of trees. Let me show you each and every one of them. So I hide these, and then this is 12,000 verts, 3000 faces. Let me select these. This is 6000 verts and 3000 faces. This one is 2000 verts and 700 faces. and this one is 2000 verts and 1300 faces. So I think all of these are manageable. It's more the matter of aesthetics and what do you want to achieve and what your eyes think is good. I obviously need to do the sculpting for the tree trunk, and there are some additional things that we need to do to make these look a bit better. Let me come back to you with that after I prepared for that. I forgot to demonstrate one other thing that I was planning to, and that was the adding leaves with branch thingy. So let me quickly find that plane that I was trying to use. I actually made a low poly and a high poly version already of this tree. The low poly is like this, and we will stick the branches out of it. And just give me a moment to find the plane. Alright, here it is. So I found this branch, and this will be fairly okay to make our tree. Let me add a little bit of color to this low poly version of the tree, just so we can see what we are doing. I'm adding a new material and using this to, hold on, this to point to somewhere here, which is like a lighter brownish color. Specularity down, roughness up, and I guess I can afford to make it a bit darker like this. For the moment this is the low poly version. The high poly version will look significantly better. So we have this bench here, and I think this could be useful more or less. A bit too much poly for my taste, so I go to edit mode and okay, cut there, cut there, cut there. More or less. I go to edit, face mode, and delete what is not needed. So technically this is our branch. I can do this multiple ways. How I will do it is that I duplicate this and rotate. Shift D, duplicate, rotate, more or less like this. Let me make it so that they are intersecting more or less. Yeah, they don't need to be perfectly intersecting, but intersecting. Yeah, let me see if I can give back some lights, at least the sun, so you can tell that this is like a branch looking branch. This is the same method that most of the games that we saw applied. So just having an intersecting plane. Let me try to rotate this a bit more. G up. Rotate. Yeah, this is more or less what I was envisioned. So this is more or less a painted tree. So I mean a painted branch. So I Ctrl J, join the two together. I no longer need to be in this mode. I go here and select this edge, then Shift S, cursor to selected. Actually it's a bit to the part, so I might put it like inside there. Right, so Shift, Object, set origin to 3D cursor, so we have a branch. Woohoo! Alright, we can do a couple of things with this. We can make a loop cut in the middle and then deform it a bit more. I want to put a few of these straight ones there though, so I Shift D, duplicate, and I just scale it a little bit, rotate, and I try to oh sorry, I was doing a little bit of a snapping there. I just stick it in here. This might be a bit too straight, but we will see. Shift D, duplicate, I rotate it, G to move, and I move this there as well. Shift D, rotate, and basically you are doing this until you are more or less ready with the shape. What I'm doing is I'm trying to position them so they don't go straight up, but a little bit down, and I can, increase the size, decrease the size. If it's further out in the branches, I will decrease the size. And, I just, scatter manually this branch along this tree. And if I do everything correctly, I will see these branches sticking out of it. Let me come back to you once there is a bit more sticky here. Alright, here we are. It looks a bit strange because of the matte texture on the trunk, but that will look much better once I transfer the high poly sculpt over to this one. I just wanted to let you know that I'm more or less finished with this. It looks like this in unshaded view, and you can see the tree trunk here, and it looks a bit funky that there's so much area still left without branches. But the point is that we have these multi-planar branches here, and we just stick them in here. It's more like, it's actually pretty close to what we did with the particle distribution. The difference is that you are doing it much more deliberately here, and since the branch and the leaves are already quite big of a chunk, you don't need that much as you normally would with a particle distribution. So it's a win, I guess, more or less. Right now we are at 1300 verts, 820 faces, and that's for the whole tree with branches and everything. So this is a very, very low poly tree. Let me quickly transfer over the trunk data, the trunk high poly, and we can take a look at there, and then I make a final assembly of everything that we take over to Unreal Engine. Alright, just a quick show. These are the UVs for this strange low poly tree. I tried to cut around and cut large chunks out of it, and just went around, tried to make so that it will be like flat and not too stretched islands. And now I will hop over to Substance Painter and copy over the details. Alright, here we are in Substance Painter, and here's my wonky tree and the texture. I will go to Bake Mesh Maps, and then in the first common settings I'm adding the high poly, and just as before I'm setting everything where I can set the secondary rays to maximum. Alright, that should be fine. I don't need ID map, bake. Just a few seconds and it is creating all the maps that we need, and I can return to painting mode to see all these sculpted details and holes in the tree and everything as I expected. Probably I could have spent a bit more time in making this a bit more pretty, but I'm okay with this for the moment. I pull in here the material. While I'm here, I'm renaming it as large tree complex material. And I don't even need to change too much on these. If I wanted to, I would probably be able to, but I'm quite okay with this fairly light tree, because the branches that we will use are also fairly bright. So I'm exporting this, putting it back to Blender. See you back there. Alright, so here we are in Blender. I'm hiding the high poly, enabling the low poly. I go to shading. Where are you, tree? Alright, here we are. I'm adding a new texture, adding an image texture, and I'm adding the texture to it. Alright, so here we are. I've added the base color and I added the normal map through this normal node. I just need to reduce the specularity because trees don't shine that much, and increase the roughness. And there we are, with our low poly tree painted high poly with all the details that we need, but it's still just a low poly tree. Alright, so now I'm enabling the large treetop and doing a shaded view, and I think we are getting there. Still, I think it's a bit sparse here, so I might increase the number of branches, but this is roughly what I was looking for. So from a distance this looks more or less acceptable to me. Details are on the tree trunk, and I see some greenery there. So from a distance like this, still a bit sparse, but you know, I will add a few more, and then I come back to you when I have finished this one, and I, you know, line up everything that we will import to Unreal Engine. Alright, so here I am at the final inspection. These are the trees that I have created in the past few hours. And let's just check one by one. So we will need to move them in the world center before we exporting them for Unreal. But let's just check it. So this is one object, two material. Let me just call this tree trunk simple and treetop simple. Origin point is down there, rotating on it, all is good. So this is good. Let me give it some more low poly, flat palm. Let's just call it flat palm low poly. And just so you will not lose track of it, I add 0, 1 to it. This one, rotating two materials, tree trunk simple, treetop simple, it is using the same material, all is good. Let me rename this to flat tree low poly, and this will be 0, 2. You don't need to see all this through. I just wanted to check this one as well. You see, this one has the origin point in the world, so when you are trying to move it, it is rotating on that point. I need to fix that one. I will show you that quickly how I do it. So I'm selecting this, going to edit mode, Alt select this circle, then Shift S cursor to selected. Then I go out of edit mode, then object, set origin to 3D cursor. And now it is rotating as it should. I go through the remaining. We have the version here, this looks more or less okay. This one is more or less okay. Everything is rotating as it should. I just need to check the materials. This one hand painted material that contains the trunk and the leaves, one hand painted material containing this tree trunk and the top. This one supposed to be two materials, yes, one for the top, one for the trunk. By the way, these hand-painted trees will not work pretty well in Unreal, because since it is one material, but I will demonstrate that when we get there, they will, you cannot apply wind to it because it's one material, so when you apply wind it will shake the trunk as well. Alright, so this one looks okay, two material that I need to rename, and this will be, anyway, I figured that out. And the same way you need to export these as before. So low poly, you need to set them in the world origin, FBX, selected only, smoothing on edge or face. When you have all of these, you can open up your Unreal Engine, create a scene, and I meet you there. Alright folks, here we are in our final destination, the glorious Unreal Engine 5.2. And I'm here running out of my memory, but I'm still trying to show you how all that we worked on looks like in a game engine. The first two trees here are the plain ones. Let me get a bit closer. These are just, a plain color for the trunk and plain color for the tree top. And here, since they were two materials, let me show you. Three flat trees. So we have two trees, two materials, and if I open up one of them, hold on. Let me drag this in for you. Alright, so here we are. If you look at this, it shows that it has two material slots, one for the trunk and one for the leaves. And that's good. This is what we're supposed to have done. Because this way I can show you the material itself for the tree top. Alright, so here's the material for the tree top, just a simple color, specularity 0, roughness value 0.9, and I can add the wind here. And this will make the leaves wobble a little bit for both of them. And since this is low poly, this sells it. If the rest of your game is similar. Let me show you that this parameter can be changed. So if you want to make a tree with a bit of a darker greenish color, then you can just do this one, and then voila, you have a darker color tree. Similarly, you can make it a completely yellow color. Obviously you don't want to make it red, but it could be something like an orangish red if you are making something which is for autumn for the other tree, like this one. It is not looking too good for the palm tree, so I just put it back as this green. Right, so the second tree, hold on, actually this is a bit dark because I have this post-processing volume here. If I hide this, everything will blow out of proportion. Oh yeah, you might be able to see things a bit better now. Maybe too better. Alright, so here is the second tree, the hand-painted one. It obviously doesn't look too fantastic because I have not spent too much time in the actual tree trunk. That is all painted on, as well as that one, and the transparency on that. And if I show you that one, you can see that this is one material each for the tree, and this texture have the opacity painted on it. Not too well, because this was just done in a haste. But if you know how to draw well, you can make a much better version of this one, a much clearer looking hand painted texture. The only problem with this one is that since the trunk and the leaf is in one texture, I cannot add the grass fin, because then it would wobble the tree trunk as well, same way as it does with the tree, with the simple tree. It works well, and the reason why I was showing it is because these two trees are identical. The only thing they differ is that this one is using a more complex texture. This is just using a simple color. But shape is the same. I just wanted to show that even with the same shape, you can, by increasing the texture quality, you can create a much more complex tree that which runs roughly similarly. And plain color, if your whole game is plain color, then it fits. But if not, you can very well fake the details on a tree trunk, for example, just by adding a hand painted texture. And hand painting is fun, so if you haven't tried it before, give it a go. It's an interesting topic. I can highly suggest checking out Grant Abbott's tutorial on YouTube. He is a hand painting master, and he can teach you much better how to do this. I learned from him too, but it was quite a long time ago, and for this tutorial I have not wanted to spend like a full day painting just a simple tree. But you could do that, and then for the same complexity you can get a much better looking tree. And here are the complex trees that we made. This was the one that I decided that it's more or less okay. I probably need to put this into the ground a little bit, so it will be a bit more realistic. This just shows that my origin point was a bit too low. But you need to adjust this a little bit. You can do this in various ways. So this one is a more complex tree with all the extra variations and all the bends in that plain texture. I think it looks actually fairly well. I also created a hand painted, well, not hand painted, but sculpted texture on the tree trunk, and I was painting that over in Substance Painter. And this one is the more complex version of the palm tree. If you see that this one has a proper texture also made in Substance Painter, and the alpha texture for these is a bit more complex and better looking. Of course, if you look at it from too close, you can see the jagged edges, but it cannot be helped. With increasing the resolution of the alpha cut, the opacity mask, let me show you that one. Complex trees palm. So currently this is our material, and we have this one as a base color, and we have this one as an opacity mask. And if you zoom in close enough, you can see that this is a little bit jagged, but if you spend some more time to make this a bit more smooth, and to make this opacity mask a bit more better, then obviously the cutout will be better as well. I'm quite happy with this one, not 100%, but I do like it, that it's from a certain angle it almost looks like a proper palm tree. Complexity is there, but the poly count is roughly the same as for the first palm tree, and the difference is night and day. Our more complex, larger tree with the branches, I I must confess, I just selected the whole treetop and duplicated it to make it a bit more lush. And even with that, from certain angle, this is not looking particularly good. But this is just a matter of adjustments. If you take these branches and arrange them a bit better than I have, it takes more time. But altogether, you can get a much better looking tree. Let me try playing this a little bit. I'm pretty sure my poor computer will die, but let me cut that part out. Alright, so I still have that post-processing volume, so it's a bit too dark, but if you just walk past these, then I think it can be fairly good. You can see the complexities of the sculpted tree trunk. You can see the leaves moving in the palm tree. So overall, I'm pretty happy with the final result. Even though there's a lot that you can improve on this, like better textures. You can spend more time in arranging them better. For this one, you can try out different versions to get a good enough frame rate and a better looking texture. I think I could have made this half the amount of planes and it would still look good. But that's one way to make a tree. Depends on the distance of that you're looking at. For example, if you're looking at it from like this distance, most of these look good. It's always a battle of figuring out the complexity of your game and trying to add level of trees that would fit it well. If you look it from a far distance, then obviously you don't need complex trees, or at least you need a more simplified version of all these complex trees. And if you go for full low poly, that's always an option, and that's not a bad option, so you can try that too. Additional things you can do is look at the Conan Exiles Devkit, and based on that you can animate this further, so like to make the whole tree swing in the wind while the leaves itself blowing in the grass wind. That would make it much better. What can you do? Yeah, you can, for those that like the hand painted one, you can create a normal map. There are programs that create normal maps from a flat base color texture, and that can add a bit more complexity to it, and of course to spend more time with painting. The more complex trees, well, all of these are just a matter of refinement. The technique is more or less the same in other games as well. If you have if you remember the beginning of this video, so it was a plane which were bent a little bit and intersecting with a copy of itself. And of course, additionally to all this, you can add foliage like grass and bushes and stones and buildings and whatever you need to. And that will actually create a fairly convincing environment. Of course, not with 7 trees, but if you go to the foliage tool, for example, I can add this palm tree, and I can select it, make sure that the density might be a bit too harsh, but let's say 20. Scaling could be 0.4 and 0.6, and then I can say random pitch angle 10, and then I can try painting a bit with this one. It will take some time, but because this distance was not particularly good, so let me remove these by erase. and I can remove. But you know, regardless of that, I've shown you that how you can create all of these. You can create your own version, and you know, it would make me extremely happy if you would show me the version that you created. Or you know, feel free to ask any questions in the comments regarding these. And you know, I would be happy to answer to anything. Sorry, one last thing I forgot to mention regarding the complex trees, and that is the material distribution. This is the material for it, but don't worry, this is not anything particularly hard. I put the base color in the base color. Oh, don't move. I put the normal to normal, and I have this strange texture here that I was previously talking about. If you hover over, you see that it is occlusion, roughness and metallic in that order. That means that red will go to ambient occlusion, green will go to roughness, and blue will go to metallic. And you know, this is just one texture for the size of one texture instead of having 3 different textures loading in. So this is why packed textures are so important in Unreal Engine. You can solve a whole complex tree with just, you know, 3 textures with all the details that you need. You don't need to use 5. Otherwise, actually, I can show you that one as well, because one of the trees I have made with a different method. Let me check this if it's the fluffy one. Yes, it's the fluffy one. If you look at this one, otherwise you would need, I use 4 textures here. I have not added the specularity map, or the metallic is just left empty, but otherwise it would just a plain black texture for the metallic. But you know, 5 textures versus 3 textures, and you know, we always need to think about optimizing. So this is running, but you know, it could run better if we would optimize the textures more. This is all 1K textures, so this is not particularly bad, but still, wherever you can optimize, at this point you still need to. I have nanite enabled for most of these, and you can see vertices, triangles are fairly low, 6000, 4000. This is not a bad thing. If you look at the first 3 flat palm tree, the same value is like 179 vertices and 188 triangles. That's a very low poly tree. I really like that. Ideally, this could go a bit lower. So currently it is 6,000 and 4,000. I think we could cut this value in half or even less to make it, you know, fully game optimized. If you look at the large tree, this one is 3,000 and 1,000. So the large tree here is actually half the complexity of this fluffy tree. So, you know, this is a game of figuring out the complexity you need with your tree. Alright folks, so this is the end of the video. Thank you very much for sticking with it for these long hours. I know this is way longer than any tutorial that is having a right to exist at all. I was trying to go through thoroughly in, you know, what I currently know. Obviously there are plenty of parts of this that we can improve upon. You can make you can make different textures, play with the size of the leaves of your trees, create more than one type of branch, one with and one without leaves. You can do a bit more of the manual placing, you can make it more complex with the weight painting. But you know, I'm hoping that this long video was showing you a couple of methods that you can go, and what are some of the things that you need to look out for when you are creating the trees for Blender. Obviously, some of these models were a bit hastily made just for this video, so if you give enough time for this and you know, plan your tree, do the concept art for it, make sure that it looks different from every angle, add variation to it, add variation to leaf size, and you know, there are plenty of things you can learn from besides this video. And given enough time and practice, I'm pretty sure you will create fantastic trees if you set your mind to it. So, you know, I would be happy to see whatever you create, not necessarily based on this tutorial, but you know, any type of trees. As I'm someone who is still learning, and I'm learning every day about game development, so you know, correct me if I said something too bad. Add your own 2 cents if you think that there's a better method out there. Link me the videos if you found something that is the ultimate best tree making method of all time. I am happy to learn. One additional thing for those of you who are, you know, sticking with this video till the end, I will make both the slides for this and the materials and the FBXs, all the models and textures, I will make available, and I link it down in the description. So feel free to download it, look at it in Blender, look at it in your own Unreal Engine, try to, you know, paint with it, try to modify it. You will be able to see how I did it, and maybe that will give you some idea how to make your own. Yeah, and you know, since I made all of this, I can give you permission to use them wherever you feel like it, or you know, modify them in any way that you want to. There are additional tactics that you can learn, but probably not from just one video. But I still hope this was, you know, giving you some good ideas. Alright, that was it from me. Thank you very much again for watching this video, and you know, see you in the next adventure. Bye bye.